The campus beauty was standing on the rooftop, about to jump, and as the only person present, seeing her in such a precarious position, I just stood to the side with a cigarette in my mouth, ogling her. "Hey, gorgeous. How about letting me have some fun with you before you jump?" Hearing this, the girl froze for a moment. Then, she actually nodded and said, "Let's go, let's get a room." Now, I was completely blindsided. I was just trying to save you. But you're actually after my body? While I was dazed, Chloe Sanders grabbed my hand to pull herself down, but right then, her foot suddenly slipped. She grabbed me, and we both tumbled over the edge together. What a stupid woman. If there's a next life, I'm never letting you off the hook. The blinding sunlight beat down directly onto my eyelids. I stared at the girl in front of me, completely dazed. Is it true that right before you die, you really see flashes of your past memories? As this strange thought popped into my head, a wave of mixed emotions washed over me. What? Say yes. Hurry up and say yes. What is this guy just standing there for? Hurry up and say something. The surrounding crowd was full of jeering voices, mixed with plenty of gossip from onlookers, who just wanted to watch the drama unfold. It's Sean Carter again. How many times has this guy pursued Jessica Vance already? He still hasn't given up, right? Tell me about it. He's definitely getting rejected again this time. Hearing all this chatter around me, I was utterly stunned. What was going on? This didn't seem like a near-death flashback, but didn't I already kick the bucket? Just as I was still trying to figure out what on earth was happening, the girl in front of me, Jessica Vance, spoke up softly. What do you want to talk to me about? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a light spring breeze, and there was a hint of anticipation on her face. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. This time, it finally clicked. I wasn't dead. No, actually, I had died. But I somehow came back to life and returned to this exact moment. This was the day I confessed to my ex-girlfriend in my past life. That's right, the girl in front of me, Jessica Vance, was my girlfriend in my previous life. And this precise moment was the critical turning point that could change my destiny in this lifetime. This crossroads would determine what kind of life I would lead for the next dozen or so years, because I knew full well that as long as I asked, she would definitely nod and say yes. That was exactly what happened in my past life. Back then, I was so ecstatic I lost my mind, with no idea that nothing but a total mess was waiting for me later. During my 10-plus years of a marathon relationship with Jessica, we did have our sweet and happy moments, but our values didn't align, and our differing perspectives brought nothing but endless arguments and a mountain of exhausting, miserable drama. To be completely honest, I wasn't happy at all, not to mention all the ridiculous nonsense that kept popping up over the years. The two of us just dragged things along, wasting time, which felt more like settling for a mediocre life, or rather, being unable to let go of the sunk cost. Right up until the moment before my rebirth, our decade-long relationship had ultimately fallen apart anyway. Instead of calling it a 10-year marathon, the reality was, we had barely been in touch for a long time. The relationship had long been dead in all but name. As the saying goes, a breakup doesn't just happen when you get a divorce decree. Losing touch and becoming complete strangers counts too. Right now, my mind was in utter chaos. Since I already knew how it would end, I obviously couldn't walk down the same old path again. In my past life, I had thought about it countless times. If I could just start over, I would definitely never get involved with Jessica Vance. Because once the passion fades, you can finally see the true nature of things. If Jessica and I stayed together, neither of us would ever have a good life. With that thought, my gaze turned resolute. Seeing Sean Carter's determined expression, Jessica Vance thought he had finally gathered the courage to confess his love to her. In the eyes of the current Jessica Vance, Sean Carter was pretty great in every aspect. Girls this age hadn't been brutally beaten down by society yet, and besides, society at this time wasn't as materialistic as it would become later. Romance on campus was still fairly pure. So, after Sean Carter had pursued her for over a year, she had finally made up her mind to accept Sean Carter's confession. But what she absolutely never expected was, I said in a somewhat detached tone, "It's nothing." Jessica was stunned. She blurted out, "Aren't you going to confess to me?" The moment the words left her mouth, she realized that saying it like that made her sound a bit too impatient. For some reason, Jessica suddenly felt a wave of panic in her heart. She felt as if something incredibly important was about to slip away from her. That was why she couldn't help but press for answers. She was thinking, I've given Sean such an obvious hint. Hurry up and confess. I'll definitely say yes this time. But she didn't know that for me, this was already the second time around. I had already lived through this exact scene. Facing Jessica's probing question, I smiled calmly and said, Jessica, I've thought a lot about things these past few days. Honestly, we're probably not right for each other. So, I won't be pursuing you anymore. And I won't cause you any more trouble. I hope you find someone who suits you better in the future. Jessica was completely dumbfounded. Her heart sank completely to the bottom. Why? Why is this happening? This isn't the outcome I wanted. Where did things go wrong? After saying my piece, I turned around to leave. Jessica immediately grabbed my arm. Wait! Sean, wait. It's not like that. I think Jessica's mind was in utter turmoil. She started to become incoherent, not knowing how to put her thoughts into words for a moment, but I cut Jessica off. I knew exactly what Jessica wanted to say. At this point in my past life, Jessica had already been moved by my relentless persistence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to be with me. It's just that many things that followed were beyond human control. Everyone has their flaws after all. Since I've been given a chance to start over, knowing full well it would end badly for both of us, I shouldn't make the same mistake twice. Doing this would be best for both Jessica and me. Besides, living this life over again, I will climb to the absolute peak step by step. While she can only look up from the foot of the mountain, that in itself would be the ultimate cruelty. It's fine, I understand, I said. I won't talk about this to anyone else out there. I won't cause you any trouble. After finishing my words, I wanted to quickly leave this place. No, I really didn't mean it like that. Jessica stomped her feet in sheer anxiety, but she was completely helpless. Everything was happening too suddenly, catching Jessica completely off guard, but she didn't have time to overthink it. She only knew she had to stop Sean Carter. She couldn't let him leave. For some unknown reason, she had a terrible sinking feeling in her heart. If she let Sean Carter walk away, she would regret it for the rest of her life. I gave a wry smile, intending to use a bit of force to pull away, but as I looked up, I caught sight of a striking figure. It was a girl with delicate features, but an ice-cold expression on her face. It wasn't that I couldn't move whenever I saw a beautiful woman, but rather, what on earth was she doing here? That aloof, ice-cold girl was the exact culprit who had dragged me off the rooftop and caused my rebirth in the first place. The onlookers who were watching the drama unfold also noticed the cold beauty at this moment. They all gasped in surprise. Isn't that the top campus beauty, Chloe? The campus beauty is here. Chloe Sanders, the campus beauty? Hearing the crowd's chatter, I was completely bewildered. In my past life, I only had eyes for Jessica Vance, and had never paid attention to any other girls. I honestly had no idea that the silly girl from back then was actually the top campus beauty of our year. Still, she looked incredibly cold and distant right now, completely different from the girl who was sobbing hysterically on the rooftop. I couldn't possibly connect her to that dummy. If they didn't look exactly alike, I'd seriously doubt if they were even the same person. I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The world really is a small place. When I confessed to Jessica, who would have thought this silly girl Chloe happened to be passing by? Chloe naturally heard the students whispering, but she was already used to it, so she planned to do what she always did, leave with an expressionless face. But a figure suddenly blocked her path. Chloe looked up and saw a fairly handsome face. The guy gave off a very clean vibe, except he had an indescribable attitude about him. Just as she was wondering what he wanted, he grabbed her arm without a word and led her out of the crowd. What was going on? As for Chloe, rather than calling her cold and aloof, it was more accurate to say she had severe social anxiety. So, when I dragged her right out of the crowd, she just followed along like a puppet. The students who loved watching drama were originally getting ready to disperse. After all, the main star of the confession had run off, but this scene left them completely dumbfounded. Bro, what kind of move is this? Just a second ago, you were passionately confessing to Jessica, and, in the blink of an eye, you're running off with the campus beauty, Chloe? Granted, Chloe's looks were flawless. But what shocked everyone the most wasn't the speed at which I changed my target, but the fact that Chloe didn't push me away. A terrifying thought popped into everyone's minds. Could these two have been fooling around in secret all along? The socially anxious, adorable Chloe was dragged quite a distance by me. Before she finally snapped out of it, gathering her courage, she pulled her hand out of my grip. "Where are you taking me?" Chloe asked. Her face still maintained that expressionless look, but there was a clear hint of nervousness in her voice. I furrowed my brows, snapping at her with some impatience. Just follow me. Quit asking so many questions. Chloe was usually a goddess in other people's eyes, but in reality, she was an absolute textbook case of social anxiety. Being yelled at by me like that, she almost burst into tears from feeling so wronged on the spot. Seeing her on the verge of tears, my mind drifted for a moment. I couldn't help but think, now that's more like it. And here I thought you were truly cold as ice. Without waiting to see if Chloe agreed, I pulled her along and walked right out of the school gates. Chloe was caught completely off guard by my baffling remark. It felt as if the little secret in her heart had been seen right through at a glance. It's like he knows what I'm really like. But where is he? Taking me? Chloe couldn't understand it herself, even though the guy in front of her was so overbearing, dragging her away without a second thought. She wasn't scared at all. In fact, she even felt a strange sense of security. She felt that there was an indescribable vibe about this guy. He seemed so pure and transparent. He probably won't hurt me, right? Little did Chloe know, won't hurt you? No, screwing with you is exactly what I'm going to do. Chloe stared at the neon sign of the hourly love motel, lost in thought. Just a moment ago, she was thinking this guy probably wouldn't hurt her, and yet, this guy turned right around and brought her to a motel. Wait, isn't this pace a bit too fast? Shouldn't we start dating first? Chloe's head was buzzing. She was completely dazed by my logic, defying, totally unpredictable move. Why did we come here? Chloe asked in a soft voice. I gave her a look of utter disbelief. What do you think? What else do people do in a place like this? To get a room, obviously. Chloe was completely floored. She really didn't expect this guy to be so incredibly direct. We've barely known each other for half an hour, and you're already bringing me to get a room? Is this really appropriate? Her mouth parted slightly, looking like she had just been struck by lightning. Before she could voice her opinion, I had already marched over to the front desk to book a room. After a brief moment, this guy jogged right back. Chloe thought he had a sudden stroke of conscience, but then she saw him hold his hand out to her. Got any cash on you? Lend me some. At this moment, Chloe began to question her entire existence even more. Wait, you trick a girl into coming to a love motel, and then you expect the girl to pay for the room? What kind of nonsense is this? But strangely enough, it was precisely this ridiculous behavior of mine that somehow made Chloe feel even more at ease. Even she couldn't understand it herself. This guy seemed to have a kind of pure, innocent stupidity about him. It was actually kind of cute. She was clearly the naive, adorable beauty herself, yet she found me cute in my stupidity. It was completely backward, whether it was a sudden whim, a rebellious streak acting up deep inside her, or perhaps at this exact moment, she really had developed feelings for the guy in front of her. Chloe actually pulled $200 bills from her wallet and handed them to me. This move completely threw me off. Wait, are you for real, girl? How does a girl as naive as you manage to grow up safely to this age without getting kidnapped? If it were anyone else, they could have fooled you into having 3 kids by now. I felt like my intelligence had been insulted, and I inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt in my conscience. Before my rebirth, did I really plan to get a hotel room with such an innocent girl? Doesn't this count as taking advantage of an idiot? That shouldn't be illegal, right? But the moment I thought about how in my past life I had worked myself to the bone to finally become a billionaire, and even though my relationship failed, I was just about to enjoy the good life, only to be dragged off the rooftop by this very girl. A surge of inexplicable rage flared up from deep within my heart. I spent 10 long, grueling years grinding. 10 whole years. Do you have any idea how I suffered through those 10 years? And just because of you, you silly girl, I have to do it all over again. If I don't make you cry out of exhaustion tonight, I'll be doing a massive disservice to my miserable 10 years. I originally had a tiny bit of sympathy for this cute, airheaded beauty, but when I remembered that this girl owed me a life, no, not just a life, but my entire life, what little guilt and sympathy I had instantly vanished into thin air. Besides, before my rebirth, this girl was already going to get a room with me anyway. So this can't entirely be blamed on me, right? I comforted myself with these thoughts. Back when the two of us were crying our eyes out on the rooftop while drinking, Chloe had talked to me about a topic similar to rebirth. Don't you think it would have been great if I had met you a few years earlier? Chloe had said to me. What difference would a few years have made? I hadn't understood what the cute, airheaded beauty meant. I find you quite pleasing to the eye. Maybe your ex-girlfriend wouldn't have even been in the picture. The adorable beauty had stood up for me, making me both laugh and cry. With hazy eyes, my mind had drifted back to the time I confessed to Jessica, and I shook my head helplessly. That would have to be a very, very long time ago. Like, over 10 years ago. Back then, I hadn't started my business yet. I think I had just gotten into college, and my entire mind was wrapped around her. I probably wouldn't even have noticed you. Too bad there are no what-ifs. If only everything could start over. Hearing the cute beauty's mumbling, I had smiled. Even if I really could start over. You're so beautiful, and your family must have been pretty wealthy back then. Would you even give me the time of day? I was incredibly shy back then, so I didn't have many friends. As long as you actively pursued me, I think the me from back then would definitely have fallen for you. It was originally just the nonsensical rambling of two drunks. Who would have thought those words would actually come true? I really did return to this point in time, and I really did run into this cute, airheaded beauty. Most importantly, I originally wanted to settle scores with this stupid girl, but she ended up even paying for the motel room for me. You really do see everything if you live long enough. Inside the motel room, the two of us stared blankly at each other, with no action for the longest time. The cute, airheaded beauty, Chloe Sanders, was the first to break the silence. Pouting her lips, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" Seeing her like this, I froze for a moment, then opened my mouth and said, "Why does it feel like you're more impatient than I am?" The cute beauty's lovely face flushed red. Shifting her gaze, she stammered, "And no, I'm not." In truth, she really had prepared herself mentally, perhaps with a bit of a rebellious streak mixed in. Actually, the reason I hesitated to make a move was because I started having second thoughts after we actually entered the room. Honestly, bringing this dummy into the motel was mostly driven by impulse, a way to vent about how my past lives. Hard work had all gone down the drain, but now that I calmed down and thought about it, making this dummy pay back her past life's debt in this lifetime, was that really fair? Using a past life's grudge to punish someone in this life felt a bit awkward. I had been reborn, so holding a grudge from my past life felt weird, but ignoring it didn't feel right either. This was exactly what I was conflicted about. Whenever I thought about these headache-inducing problems, I wanted to smoke. I subconsciously fumbled around my pockets for a long time, and at that moment, I suddenly came to a realization. Oh right, the me at this point in time didn't smoke at all. In my past life, I hadn't touched a single cigarette until I graduated from college, because I used to be quite disciplined, and the first time I smoked was during the early days of starting my business after graduation. The pressure was immense, plus I had to talk business over drinks. So I picked up both smoking and drinking back then. Even though this current body didn't have a nicotine addiction yet, the itch in the back of my throat felt incredibly real. This vivid sensation made me feel as if a lifetime had passed, and I truly realized that I really had a chance to start over. Perhaps this time, I could have the future I actually wanted. With that thought, I took a deep breath and spoke to Chloe in a very fierce tone. "Go buy me a pack of cigarettes. Oh, and grab a lighter while you're at it." Chloe seemed to be highly susceptible to this approach. Whenever I was mean to her, she would listen obediently. This cute, airheaded beauty actually went downstairs and bought a pack of cigarettes, and it was even a premium brand. My eyes narrowed slightly. Just as this dummy had said before my rebirth, her family was still very wealthy at this time. Chloe handed the items to me. I expertly unwrapped the pack, pulled one out, and lit it. But with just one puff, I choked and started coughing. A body that had never smoked before really couldn't handle it. So I put out the cigarette and threw it along with the entire pack into the nearby trash can. The cute beauty stared blankly at my actions. Thinking there was something wrong with the cigarettes she bought, she hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did I buy a counterfeit pack?" I was taken aback, then quickly realized that it was currently 2007, an era when fake alcohol and cigarettes were rampant. So my behavior had been misunderstood by this silly girl. No, I shook my head. I just wanted to take one puff. I won't smoke anymore. I quit. Looking at the slightly dazed Chloe, I let out a sigh. I couldn't help but feel that this dummy was a bit too easy to trick. But she really was incredibly beautiful, which was why she was the top campus beauty. At this thought, I started to wonder. Deep down inside, maybe I should just make her mine? After all, she did owe me a life. Even if I didn't take that life into account, She had agreed to get a room with me in the first place. It's just that with her acting like such a ditz, would she pass this terrible IQ down to our kids? I couldn't help but think, shouldn't a guy look for a smarter wife? The cute, airheaded beauty looked timid, hesitating to speak. I raised an eyebrow. If you have something to say, just say it. Why did you bring me here anyway? Chloe asked meekly. I was completely at a loss for words. Why else would I bring a gorgeous girl to a place like this? What other reason could there be? Isn't it obvious? To have some fun, of course. No, that's not what I meant, Chloe said, stubbornly biting her lower lip. I didn't even know you before this. Only then did it finally dawn on me. It seemed I really had been a bit too rushed. After a brief thought, I looked seriously into the eyes of this cute, airheaded beauty. I could see a profound sense of confusion in her gaze. It was hard for me to connect this timid girl before me with that crazy woman who was sobbing hysterically on the rooftop, from being socially anxious to a complete social butterfly. What on earth had happened to her over those 10+ years? In my past life, I was just an ordinary guy trying to survive against the odds, so I couldn't possibly fathom what she might have gone through. The atmosphere in the room instantly seemed to freeze. It was very suffocating, and who knows how much time passed before I calmly muttered a single sentence, "You owe me." The cute beauty stared blankly, blinking her beautiful eyes, as if she couldn't understand what I meant at all. I didn't bother explaining either, and simply repeated, "You just need to know that you owe me. Even giving me 3 kids wouldn't be enough to pay me back." A deep blush crept up Chloe's cheeks. The cute, airheaded beauty was completely embarrassed. She complained in her heart, "What is this guy talking about? Isn't this way too fast? Talking about having 3 kids already? Then again, we're in a motel room, so maybe it's not that fast after all." Chloe's already limited brain power was now completely overloaded. Meanwhile, I just quietly leaned against the headboard, pondering my next steps. This sudden, unexpected rebirth had left my mind in utter chaos right now. I was trying to figure out what exactly I could do. Rebirth wasn't like what most web novels made it out to be, where you suddenly become omnipotent just by carrying your memories. In reality, there were far too many details to consider. Sometimes, even the slightest deviation could lead to a completely different outcome. This was the so-called butterfly effect. And right now, I was that very butterfly. After some careful thought, I realized that what was truly useful to me was the fact that I had witnessed the future with my own eyes. In other words, my greatest cheat was the ability to bypass the cost of trial and error. The future world was actually built on the foundation of countless trials and errors to get to where it was. But as for me, I could choose the most correct outcome right from the start. With that realization, my gaze became completely firm. However, the first step is always the hardest, and right now, I was just a helpless student with no physical strength to speak of. I had no money and absolutely no connections. Therefore, I currently needed both a helping hand and funding. When it came to a helping hand, I thought of my classmate and bro Ryan Miller. Actually, the reason Jessica and I were able to get together in the past was partly due to Ryan playing matchmaker. When we were starting our business in my past life, Ryan's dedication was truly moving. Back then, he was constantly running around everywhere, often sleeping for less than 5 hours a day. He even ended up in the hospital a few times from drinking too much at business dinners, going bald in his early 20s at such a young age. To be completely honest, my feelings toward this brother of mine were quite complicated, because in this world, some people are meant to endure hardships with you, but are not meant to share the rewards. Ryan was incredibly diligent and dedicated during our toughest times, but once the hardships were over, and the good times arrived, he went on to make a very fatal mistake. Perhaps it was a matter of his vision and cognitive limitations, or maybe he was simply blinded by sudden wealth. In our past life, once Ryan got his hands on a bit of money, he started getting completely ahead of himself. He hooked up with his college goddess, and then had a shotgun wedding. And the problem arose precisely from this marriage. Facing a massive amount of corporate capital, Ryan was egged on by his wife to embezzle a large sum of company funds. That money was originally meant to be a reserve fund for expansion, and it belonged to my company. Because of that money, the company's capital chain almost broke. After it went under, for the sake of our old friendship, I only had Ryan return the embezzled funds, and didn't press legal charges against him, but our friendship basically ended right there. Current Ryan was just like Jessica. Knowing how things would turn out, Would I really make the same mistake again? I knew very well that Ryan was just an ordinary guy, and no matter how hard he worked, it would be hard for him to make money beyond his own understanding. When faced with even more money, Ryan still wouldn't be able to keep his hands off it. Once unfaithful, never used again. If I couldn't harden my heart, I wouldn't have achieved anything in my past life. With that thought, I took a deep breath. It was a bit troublesome, having been too timid to make a sound since earlier. Chloe muttered in a soft voice, Is there anything I can do to help you? Only then did I notice her. Oh, you're still here? Chloe inexplicably felt a bit insulted. A gorgeous girl like her was right here, yet I had been spacing out since earlier. He even said he was bringing me to get a room, but then he just left me out in the cold. Am I really that unattractive? This was probably just a woman's competitive nature. Even though this girl had been a bit panicked at first, now that I wasn't doing anything to her, she actually got upset instead. Feeling a bit impatient, I waved my hand at her. Go take a shower then. The cute, airheaded beauty was nothing if not obedient. Because she actually went to take a shower, it left me completely dumbfounded. No, seriously, how did she manage to survive to adulthood like this? I was completely shocked. This cute beauty's IQ was truly worrisome. I probably shouldn't have kids with her. What if they inherit her innate dim-wittedness? Actually, I just wanted to get this dummy out of the way. After all, right now, I needed to calm down and think carefully about what I could do on this timeline. Since I had no other choice, I could only grit my teeth and fight for it. Since I couldn't trust Ryan's side, I could only think about who else was trustworthy. Wait a minute, maybe I could. A certain figure flashed into my mind at this moment. To be exact, she was the core person behind the success of my business in my past life. Half the credit for what I achieved in my past life belonged to her. The reason I didn't think of her right away was mostly due to a preconceived bias. I had only been focused on looking among the people I already knew at this point in time. That's right, the person I thought of was another business partner from my previous life, Lindsay, a brilliant woman from the University of Finance and Economics. However, when I first met her back then, Lindsay was already doing her graduation internship. I had helped her out by chance, and the two of us became friends. Later on, we started a business together, where Lindsay put her talents to full use and provided an immense amount of help for my success. Resting my chin on my hand, I thought about it. At this point in time, Lindsay should be a sophomore. If it was Lindsay, maybe I really could bring her over to my side, I muttered to myself. With anyone else, I might really be out of options. But with Lindsay, there was an extraordinary tacit understanding between us, even across 2 lifetimes. It couldn't stop the two of us from meeting. Well, at least that's what I believed. So, compared to those vague things down the road, for now, I should figure out a way to get Lindsay on board. Just as my heart was racing, and I was planning my next goals, Chloe pushed open the bathroom door. The cute, airheaded beauty was wrapped only in a large bath towel. Having just showered, droplets of water rolled down her bare shoulders. I admit, I felt a bit of a spark. After all, even though this girl was a ditz, she really was a beauty. Who wouldn't love a beautiful woman? I was just an ordinary, normal man myself. I naturally had self-awareness, and I never considered myself to be some incredibly devoted guy. My entanglement with Jessica in my past life was more like an obsession with my youth's love. Having kept it going for so many years and held on for so long, giving up would have felt too abrupt. It was precisely with this mindset, even if the passion had probably died long ago, even if being together was truly painful, my devotion was nothing more than an illusion. But unfortunately, my devotion ended up being completely worthless in the end. Chloe felt very uncomfortable under my aggressive, predatory gaze. After all, I was staring so intently my eyes were practically glowing green. Can you stop staring? The little dummy said in a low voice, her face blushing. She was incredibly embarrassed. Only then did I realize that my gaze just now had indeed been a bit too blunt. Wait, that's not right. Didn't I come to get a room with her in the first place? What's wrong with taking a few looks? With that thought, I became even more brazen, not holding back my gaze toward this cute goddess at all. Chloe was both angry and annoyed by this guy's shamelessness, but she also wanted to laugh. Yet, the more it went on like this, the more relaxed she became. To cure social anxiety, one probably needs to find a socially unhinged scoundrel. As luck would have it, I was exactly that kind of scoundrel. Take it off and let me see. Chloe was dumbfounded. This guy was completely pushing his luck. What are you scared of? You owe me. My logic wasn't sound, but my confidence was through the roof. What's wrong with me taking a look? I'm telling you, you can't run away. Oh. Chloe felt like her brain was failing her again. What he said seemed to make a lot of sense, but she felt like something wasn't quite right. The cute beauty actually believed this jerk's nonsense, giving me quite a feast for my eyes at this age. And she was the #1 campus beauty, to boot. If her fans at school ever found out about this, they'd probably want to chop me into pieces. My nickname of Beast didn't just come from a homophone of my name. After all, I was a real beast. Damn, her figure really had something going for it. As a total scumbag, looking wasn't even enough for me. I actually began seriously sizing up the cute beauty's body. But I had to admit, where this cute beauty was supposed to be curvy, she was truly curvy, and where she was supposed to be slim, it was just right. Thinking back to the cute beauty before my rebirth, she was probably a genuine 36D. I thought of a possibility and couldn't help but wonder, is your IQ swapped entirely for that 36D? But while getting a total feast for my eyes, I inexplicably felt a bit of guilt in my heart. Does this count as tricking an innocent young girl? Especially since this innocent girl might actually have a bit of an issue with her IQ. Tricking an innocent girl plus taking advantage of an idiot, the debuffs were completely stacked. This is a bit too much. Right now, my head was as messy as a ball of tangled yarn. Before completely sorting out my thoughts, I really didn't want to step foot inside my house. Thinking about letting my family know I was safe, I reached into my pocket, only to suddenly realize, oh right, at this time, I didn't even have a cell phone. This era was still a time when brick phones reigned supreme. They were insanely expensive, and besides making calls and sending texts, they were basically just paperweights. So, it was far from the point where everyone had one. Hey, do you have a phone? I asked the silly girl without any politeness. My name isn't, hey! My name is Chloe Sanders. Chloe pouted her lips, looking completely aggrieved. Fine. Do you have a phone then? I do. Lend it to me for a bit. Okay. Chloe was actually quite straightforward, handing the phone right over. I took it and looked at it. Holy crap, a Nokia 95. Incredible. This silly girl really was a rich heiress. Using an N95 in 07, this thing must have cost over $6,000. Spending $6,000 on a luxury item like this back in 07 was a level of flex that was easily on par with spending $20,000 on a top-tier iPhone 20 years later. Although the average salary back in 07 wasn't high, there were actually countless hidden opportunities to strike it rich everywhere. The laws and regulations weren't nearly as strict as they would become later, so during this era, a ton of people made fortunes by exploiting loopholes. The real mega tycoons basically all emerged during this time. Quite a few families laid the foundation during these few years for the decades of comfortable living that followed. Of course, these weren't things you could openly talk about, but I knew clearly that this year was actually the most delicate year for the entire world, because a storm was brewing. Once the 2008 financial tsunami hit, the entire global economy would suffer. Our country wouldn't be able to escape it either. Countless financial bubbles would burst in an instant, and only a handful of sharp, far-sighted people would seize the opportunity. They used the money they saved up to ride the wave, achieving a complete leap in social class. There was also another group of people who honestly put their money in the bank to live off the interest, and their lives were decent enough. But those who were greedy and lacked foresight suffered a miserable fate. Their massive wealth evaporated in seconds, leaving them lining up on the rooftops. Just like me. Except I was actually pushed off the rooftop. Why aren't you making the call? The silly girl asked. Chloe Sanders looked at me curiously as I stared blankly at the phone. I scratched my head awkwardly. I was trying to remember what my home phone number is. You really couldn't blame me for this. Everything I remembered in my head was from before my rebirth. Like my parents' cell phone numbers. But at this point in time, it seemed only my dad had a cell phone. We did have a landline installed at home. But what on earth was the number again? After racking my brain for a long time, I tried dialing the number I vaguely remembered as my dad's cell. To my surprise, it actually rang. It really was his number. Oh my God. My dad hadn't changed this cell phone number for over a decade. Hey Dad, it's me. I'm not coming home tonight. Yeah, right. I'm staying over at a classmate's place. Yeah, talk to you later. I kept my words to a minimum, terrified that my parents would notice how much I had changed. and sensed that something was wrong. Handing the phone back to Chloe, I said, "Put your clothes on and come downstairs with me to get some food." Chloe was a bit dazed. "Just like that?" I always feel like there's something weird about this conversation, but I can't quite put my finger on it. "What do you mean, just like that? You're not getting away. I booked this room for the whole night. Let's get some food first, and let me tell you, we still have the entire night ahead of us." Chloe blinked her big eyes, her face instantly turning as red as an apple. What on earth did I just say? I really had booked the room for the night. After all, I had originally come here with the sole intention of making this silly girl mine. It's just that my mind was a total mess right now, and I was starving. I had to fill my stomach first. Otherwise, I'd be too dizzy and exhausted later, without even the energy to handle the real business. That would be way too embarrassing. Seeing the silly girl getting ready to put on her clothes, I said on a sudden, wicked impulse, "How about you let me feel you up first?" The air instantly froze, but in the end, I still got my way. Chloe's figure during this period was indeed incredible. At least collecting a little interest first made it totally worth it. The two of us walked downstairs, one after the other. The silly girl followed closely behind, her face so red she didn't dare look up, which made the young girl at the front desk downstairs burn with an intense desire for gossip. They're obviously students. It's not even the weekend right now. What are they doing getting a room in a place like this? It's completely obvious. But they're done already? Of course, I had no idea that the receptionist girl had already secretly labeled me as a total Minuteman. My mind was completely consumed by food right now. Except when I felt my pockets. What the hell? My pockets were cleaner than my face. No choice. I'd have to mooch off the top campus beauty Chloe. Anyway, her family was loaded. Besides, she was the one who got me killed. A whole life had to be worth at least this much pocket change, right? I thought to myself with a completely clear conscience. As for Chloe, she didn't think too much about it. Having just showered, she followed me obediently, her hair still a little damp. A wonderful scent drifted off her body, which I could smell perfectly from right in front of her. It wasn't shampoo or body wash. Avoiding those chemical fragrances for something completely natural. It was probably this girl's natural body odor. I was almost driven completely crazy by the scent. I quickly shook my head and started looking around. 2007 was still an era when brick-and-mortar stores lined every street, and street vendors were everywhere. "How about we eat that?" I asked Chloe. Chloe looked in the direction I was pointing. It was a barbecue stand. Choosing this place actually involved my own little calculation. Since heaven gave me a chance to start over, then of course I had to make a quick fortune right now. After all, money wouldn't be this easy to make once these 2 years passed. With the brick-and-mortar economy reigning supreme, the fastest place to score my first pot of gold was right here. So I was basically scouting out the area. I asked about the prices, and it was exactly as I expected. Right now, just like in the future, the profit margins in the barbecue business were insanely high. "Let's eat a little first, but don't stuff yourself. We'll get the rest to go," I reminded her. "Oh, okay." The silly girl was very obedient, which made me quite satisfied. "All right, time to pay." I still took it for granted that the silly girl would pick up the tab. The vendor looked me up and down with absolute disbelief in his eyes. Well, I'll be damned. This kid really is a total boy toy. I obviously didn't care about any of that. After all, what good was pride? Could it put food on the table? On our way back, we passed a convenience store, and I went inside to grab a case of beer. Paid for by the silly girl, of course. "I don't know how to drink," Chloe said softly. "That's fine, I'll drink it myself." In reality, I was actually feeling pretty miserable inside. Right now, I just wanted to get completely wasted. To say a proper goodbye to the past. Once I woke up, I would face a brand new life. Consider it a closing ritual. Returning to the hotel room, I sat on the balcony, looking out the window. I could no longer remember when the last time I looked at the city like this was. The city back in 2007 wasn't nearly as brightly illuminated at night as it would be later. Instead, it had an indescribable, grounded charm of everyday life, making a person feel strangely at peace. Alternating between a bite of barbecue and a gulp of beer, I simply couldn't stop. Before long, more than half the case of beer was gone. My vision began to blur. Chloe kept watching me from the side, feeling as if I were shrouded in an indescribable melancholy. It made her heart ache for me. "He actually needs me, doesn't he?" Chloe thought to herself. Just as I was about to open the next bottle, the beer was suddenly snatched away from me. Chloe clutched the beer bottle close, biting her lower lip as she shook her head at me. By this point, I was already completely wasted, only able to see a blurry figure swaying in the darkness. Aided by the sparse light filtering in from the window, I barely managed to make out the delicate, beautiful face opposite me. Exhale. I breathed out a puff of alcohol. You're still standing there? Chloe was completely blindsided by my words. What little emotion she felt a moment ago instantly vanished into thin air. Right after that, she heard me add another line. Aren't you going home? Chloe froze for a second. She thought to herself, is he trying to kick me out now? Who was the one who insisted on dragging me to get a room earlier? This jerk. Could he have just been trying to scam me out of the motel fee? But then Chloe felt like something wasn't quite right. Even though her brain wasn't the sharpest, she could still figure out this basic level of logic. This guy's actions made absolutely no sense whatsoever. So Chloe replied softly, I'm not going back. Won't your family look for you? I asked once more. I watched as Chloe bit her lower lip, the light in her eyes instantly fading away. I could clearly feel her entire being enveloped by an indescribable gloom. Chloe managed to force a smile. They won't. They will never look for me. Not even if I died. These words brought it straight to a matter of life and death, and they carried such a deep resentment that it sobered up my drunkenness a bit. I remembered before my rebirth, when I was getting dead drunk with this silly girl on the rooftop. The two of us were talking about how, if she had met me earlier, there was actually a continuation to that conversation. It's just that I had always thought before. It was just the silly girl's bitterest cursing at her current situation. If I had met you earlier, you could have helped me kill that old bastard. And that stupid bitch. My expression gradually grew complicated. It looked like her problems hadn't just popped up later on. This girl really wanted to take out her dad. I mulled it over for a second, but unable to suppress my curiosity, I spoke up and asked, what's wrong? Does your family treat you badly? Chloe seemed to have a nerve touched at her most vulnerable spot. Her face instantly became completely aggrieved, and clutching the beer she had snatched from my hand, she started chugging it wildly. She gave me quite a scare, so I hurriedly grabbed it back, only to find that the entire bottle was already empty. After choking and coughing for a long while, Chloe suddenly burst into tears with a loud sob. Just like the silly girl before my rebirth, this side of her seemed to be the truest version behind her mask. The silly girl was incredibly timid, as she haltingly and brokenly started sharing the little secret she had kept buried deep in her heart. When Chloe was very young, her family was dirt poor, but her dad later met a benefactor and opened a small coal mine, making an absolute fortune off the coal business. Right when business was booming, the regulations changed. My head was groggy, but I still recalled these events from my memory. Small coal mines. It seemed they were all shut down uniformly by the government at the start of the century. But this also made me understand why this silly girl's family was so loaded. Holy crap, a coal tycoon. After that, her old man threw his money into real estate, making his fortune skyrocket even more. Hearing up to this point, I had already pieced together in my mind the reason why. This girl had wanted to jump off the rooftop in my past life. The real estate industry was indeed incredibly glorious over the next 10 years, but a lot of people in it were insatiably greedy. And in the end, they kept borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, pouring it all into real estate until the bubble finally burst. How many real estate professionals and developers ended up climbing onto rooftops? Even I couldn't count them all. So this silly girl's family went down in ruins because of that, leading to their total destruction. So your family doesn't treat you well? I was actually only interested in this one point. I wanted to figure out why the silly girl in my past life wanted to eliminate her own father. And who exactly was the stupid bitch she mentioned? The silly girl raised her tear-filled eyes, staring blankly at me just like that, and then let out another loud sob, crying hysterically. After comforting this girl for quite a while, I finally managed to extract all the insider details that I wanted to know from her. Her dad made a killing in real estate, and as they say, men go bad once they get rich. Chloe's biological mom was a girl from her dad's hometown village, and the two had met through a blind date. So after striking it rich, he decisively dumped the wife who had stuck by him through thick and thin, and then found a young, gorgeous woman. It was a very cliché storyline, the kind you could see anywhere. Fine, he found someone new, and that could have been the end of it. But the catch was that this stepmother had caused the death of the silly girl's biological mother. The worst part was that her dad actually knew about it perfectly well. I listened, completely flabbergasted, thinking to myself, no wonder the silly girl hates them so much. If it were me, I'd want to take out that old bastard and that bitch too. Her face completely flushed from the alcohol. Chloe gave a self-deprecating laugh. They actually look down on me completely. They only keep me around because I have a pretty face. Someone like me will definitely fetch a good price later on. I fell silent. I completely understood now why the silly girl in my past life ended up that way. It finally made perfect sense. She was treated by her father and that stepmother as a piece of merchandise to be raised, used to trade for even greater benefits for the family. They just hadn't expected the empire to collapse so rapidly. So Chloe, their hidden treasure, didn't even get a chance to be put to use before they finally had to marry her off to some balding guy, just to keep the Sanders family's business afloat a little longer. Too bad that although this girl wasn't the sharpest, she was incredibly stubborn, choosing to climb straight onto the rooftop instead. All right. I was the one who got dragged down by this silly girl. Just thinking about it makes me feel so cheated. Watching the silly girl silently shedding tears, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Next, the silly girl only felt a slight sting on her face, along with a bit of numbness. She had been kissed aggressively. Dazed, she actually forgot to cry for a moment. I gently caressed her back, while softly comforting her. Don't worry, you have me here. I'll help you take care of them, all right? So they can never bully you again. My being able to live another life was somewhat connected to this girl after all. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have had the chance to start over. So consider this as paying her back a favor. Money is what her family wanted. So in this life, I'll be the one to make it happen for her. I made a silent vow in my heart, pulling her body a bit tighter into my arms. Smelling that intoxicating scent on her body, my vision began to wander completely. As for what happened after the alcohol went straight to my head, I couldn't really remember clearly either. In my groggy haze, a continuous ringing sound started making me rather irritated. Feeling around blindly for a long time in my stupor, I couldn't find the source of the ringing, until my hand brushed against something. A girl's painful cry echoed right in my ear, jarring me completely awake in an instant. Then I saw the silly girl, Chloe Sanders, protecting herself with both hands, glaring at me with tear-filled eyes. And at this moment I also realized exactly what I had just done. I used so much force that I had actually hurt her enough to make her cry out. Chloe's phone alarm was still going off. This was the alarm Chloe set to wake up every morning, because she still had to go to school. I rubbed my nose, feeling exceptionally awkward. But right then, I suddenly noticed something wrong. Wait, why am I completely naked? Not only was I not wearing any clothes, but Chloe was stark naked too. And now it finally registered with me that it seemed I had still been holding the girl in my arms just now. Otherwise, how could my hand have fumbled around so seamlessly? In this instant, my pupils dilated wildly, and I hurriedly checked the bedsheets. There didn't seem to be any marks, nor any traces of blood. Sniffing the air, there didn't seem to be any unusual scents either. I checked my own physical condition again. Though my head was still spinning a bit, it was just the hangover after effects, rather than that feeling of exhaustion after the deed. For a moment, things became incredibly awkward between the two of us. So, the answer was already clear. Most likely, after we passed out drunk, we had groggily crawled into bed and just slept like that until now. As for the clothes, there was a high probability we had stripped them off ourselves in the middle of the night. At this thought, I let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, I inexplicably felt a bit disappointed. Why does it feel like I was actually kind of looking forward to something happening between us? I was starting to question my entire existence. Even if I really had taken advantage of this silly girl, it wasn't like I would feel any guilt about it anyway. On the other hand, Chloe had been spacing out since earlier, making me scratch my head in confusion. What's wrong? You and I let out a dry laugh, realizing this girl had never experienced anything like this, so she probably thought I had slept with her last night. Don't worry, you're perfectly fine. We probably just fell asleep while hugging each other last night. At most, we had a bit of physical contact while asleep. I said this on purpose, and as expected, Chloe's face turned completely red. Physical contact was bound to happen, right? But the real reason she blushed was that, now that she knew for sure this guy hadn't done anything, she inexplicably felt a bit annoyed again. This guy is a bit too much. I'm this beautiful, yet you didn't do anything at all. This is a complete disrespect to me. Of course, Chloe also understood that you couldn't expect a drunk person to do too much, not to mention that she had been wasted herself. In fact, I had already realized long ago that absolutely nothing had happened between us. After all, when both people are blacked out, what else could you possibly expect? Stop overthinking it. With that, the two of us tacitly began picking up our clothes from the floor, which had been thrown all over the place, no doubt about it. We must have groggily stripped them off ourselves. Even though I wanted to continue lounging in bed, it was now time to head back to school. You're going to school, right? I suddenly asked Chloe. Chloe froze for a moment, and then nodded blankly. I hesitated for a brief second. Originally, I had planned to wait until the holidays, to go to the city and find Lindsay, but now I had changed my mind. Because during the holidays, Lindsay might not necessarily be at school. After all, back when I first met Lindsay, I didn't know her financial situation was so tight that she often had to work several part-time jobs. Furthermore, I realized that 2007 was a highly critical turning point, standing on the eve of a brand new era. So I didn't have much time left. From here on out, every second counted. In the past, I had missed the absolute best timing to start a business. But what about now? In an era where opportunities were everywhere, I had to seize the right moment. With that thought, I turned to Chloe and said, "Since you're going to school, well, go cover for me and ask for a leave of absence." Chloe froze for a moment. Huh? Where are you going? A mischievous idea suddenly popped into my head. As I really wanted to tease this girl, I blurted out, "To support a female college student." Chloe was completely dumbfounded. What is wrong with this guy? You just finished using me up. Wait, no. He didn't seem to have done anything to me. But turning around to support a college student? What on earth? If these words had come from a 30 or 40-year-old creepy middle-aged guy, it wouldn't have been so shocking. But the key point was, how old are you? Going off to support a female college student at your age? This is way too ridiculous. Having anticipated that Chloe would react this way, I intentionally didn't explain. With a smirk, I walked away. Let's go check out. Just as the two of them walked out of the room, Chloe saw me stop as if I had suddenly remembered something, and turned back into the room. She followed him back in confusion, only to see me rummaging through the trash can for the premium pack of cigarettes I had thrown in yesterday, before stuffing it right into my pocket. Seeing her staring at me with a completely conflicted expression, I gave a dry laugh, stuttering an excuse. Waste is a terrible thing. Even though I don't smoke, I can still pass them out to others. It can buy me a lot of favors. Chloe felt that this guy was truly one of a kind. She had never seen anyone so stingy. After all, she was the cold and aloof campus beauty, so she certainly didn't lack pursuers. Young guys at this age, all love to act cool. So the boys who pursued her either tried to act brooding and deep, or put on an exceptionally gentlemanly and elegant front. Someone as stingy as me was definitely a first. The most ridiculous part was that this guy brought her straight to a hotel from the get-go, and under some wicked spell, she'd actually followed him right into the room. Am I seeing things? At this moment, by the side of the road, a student who was on his way to school rubbed his eyes, only to find that the people had already walked far away. Another student next to him asked him what was wrong. Well, I think I just saw our school's top beauty, Chloe, walking out of a hotel with a guy. You must be seeing things. That's the top campus beauty we're talking about. Her family seems to be super rich too. How could she possibly do that? But that guy looked a bit familiar to me. He looks like the one who confessed to someone yesterday afternoon. No way. That's insane. These two had been among the crowd watching yesterday afternoon's drama, except they had left halfway through. They didn't know that Chloe was dragged away by me afterward, let alone that the two went straight to a hotel. Of course, Chloe and I had no idea that the people who witnessed them coming out of the hotel together weren't just limited to these two students. Very soon, our rumors would spread across the entire school. So where were Chloe and I right now? Oh, the two had gone to grab some breakfast. Steamed buns and soy milk at a very ordinary roadside stall. However, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl were highly eye-catching, especially at a breakfast stall that wasn't very large. Passing students and pedestrians couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. I ate without any restraint, quickly filling myself up and letting out a loud burp. After drinking so much alcohol, my stomach was bound to feel a bit uneasy. Now that I had eaten something, it felt much better. Although I could hold my liquor very well in my past life, my current body had only recently started touching this stuff, so it didn't have such a strong alcohol tolerance yet. Alright, I'm heading out. Go on back. I said goodbye to the silly girl. Chloe just stood there blankly, watching this bad man, who had tricked her into getting a hotel room, walk away. Except after he had only walked a few steps, he suddenly doubled right back. Chloe furrowed her brows slightly, a bit confused as to why he was back again. Then she saw me extend a hand toward her, palm facing up, while my other hand was awkwardly rubbing my nose. Give me $70. Ah, wait, let's make it a round number. Give me $100 bill. I asked for the money with complete confidence, not being polite about it at all. Chloe felt completely drained. It seemed like this guy wanted everything from her, except her actual body. And besides, you're going off to support a female college student, yet you're asking me for the money, right? But as if possessed, Chloe actually pulled out the money and gave it to me anyway. And worried that it wouldn't be enough for me, she even threw in an extra $100 bill. I inexplicably felt like a guy who was going to support a college student, but using a sugar mommy's money to do it. It was completely absurd. After walking a few steps, I had just remembered that I was completely penniless. Going to the city required a train ticket, which was why I asked this girl for money. Then I remembered that in case I couldn't find Lindsay right away, I would still need some money for a meal, which was why I had asked for $100. I just didn't expect the rich girl to generously hand over $200. If I had met you a few years earlier, would a lot of things have turned out differently? Lindsay had leaned into my embrace, perhaps out of a woman's craving for a sense of security. When she asked me this, I had shaken my head. Probably not. I knew very well what my past had been like, but I had still laughed softly and joked, even if I could have met you a bit earlier. Given how resistant you used to be to strangers, I wouldn't even need to spell it out, right? However, Lindsay had fallen into deep thought, before finally speaking up slowly. Not necessarily. You're 3 years younger than me. If you had suddenly run up to me a few years earlier and said you wanted to support me, maybe I really would have agreed. On the train, I snapped my eyes open. Just now in my dream, the memories of my past life. I thought back to my past life, to a time after a hangover, when I woke up in a hotel room. Perhaps it was a natural progression, or maybe it was just an accident, but I ended up with my most trusted partner, Lindsay, and we hooked up in bed. However, the two of us were more like soulmates in our past life. Lindsay was truly my ultimate confidant. Back then, Jessica and I hadn't seen each other for over 6 months. Although we would occasionally talk on the phone, every conversation consisted of just a few meaningless words. In fact, back then, I already had a vague feeling that while I was grinding for a future with Jessica, our future was actually already crumbling. My relationship with Lindsay perhaps only accelerated that process. Even up until the moment before my rebirth, I never officially got together with Lindsay, and instead received the news that Jessica had left first. I often wondered in my heart, after learning about my death in my past life, besides my parents, Lindsay would probably be the only one who would truly cry for me from the bottom of her heart. As for Jessica, would she shed tears of sorrow for me? I thought about it, and ultimately shook my head. Even if she found out about my death, she would probably just pretend she hadn't seen it. After being together for so many years, I actually understood her better than anyone else. That woman, whom I had almost walked down the aisle with, Jessica Vance, was just an ordinary woman, as ordinary as they come. And ordinary people always seek benefits and avoid harm. Ignoring my death would be the exact choice Jessica would make as an ordinary person, after weighing the pros and cons. So, here's the question. How much did Lindsay and I trust each other in our past life? It was to the point where if I wanted to kill someone, Lindsay would silently hand me the knife. That was the level of our trust, and it wasn't an exaggeration. Without Lindsay, I wouldn't have been able to achieve anything. In the business climate of the future, you have to realize that the future was already a winter for startups. To successfully start a business in that kind of environment and amass a substantial amount of wealth, perhaps my unique perspective and concepts played a significant role, but the one who actually turned these ideas into reality and made them viable was still Lindsay. What's more, Lindsay was, in a sense, my chief strategist. Without Lindsay for many crucial decisions, I would have taken many detours and even made a lot of mistakes. If there was only one person in this world who would never lie to me, that person would undoubtedly be Lindsay. Of course, our relationship later became less than pure. Some things happen either never or countless times. With the precedent of that hookup in the hotel room, the two of us later evolved into friends with benefits. After all, I was under immense pressure every single day back then, and was at an age brimming with youthful energy. While Lindsay herself was a normal woman too. She had her needs, and was at an age of peak desires. So everything happened completely naturally. But both of us knew our boundaries. If Jessica hadn't been in the picture, the two of us probably would have truly been together in our past life, living this life over again. I know everything will be better. Lindsay, I'm coming to see you. Meanwhile, our homeroom teacher appeared in the classroom, just as expected. There were actually no more classes these days, as all the exams that needed to be taken were finished. The remaining few days were just for filling out forms and saying our final goodbyes to one another. Even so, everyone in the class was still present, except for Sean Carter, our homeroom teacher. Mr. Davis noticed my seat was empty and couldn't help but frown slightly. He hadn't expected Sean to skip. After all, I was quite popular at school and had a good reputation among the teachers. Plus, my grades were among the best. So, Mr. Davis just assumed I was dealing with a minor issue, like a broken alarm clock, oversleeping, or falling sick. At this thought, Mr. Davis couldn't help but smile. Young people, who hasn't had moments like that? It was completely understandable. But just as Mr. Davis was about to leave the classroom, a beautiful girl appeared at the door, peeking inside from the hallway. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Mr. Davis naturally recognized her. Chloe Sanders was a highly prominent figure at school, the universally acknowledged cold campus beauty. Her father was a well-known local real estate tycoon, who had even donated a bunch of educational equipment to the school. Mr. Davis just couldn't understand why this cold campus beauty would come to his classroom, and even look so sneaky, which was quite intriguing. The silly girl wasn't actually trying to be sneaky. Her social anxiety was just acting up again. Being called out by Mr. Davis like that, she could only steel herself and walk over. The top campus beauty's arrival sent the entire class into a frenzy. Everyone was dying to know why she was there. But there was one person who turned completely pale, staring at the gorgeous figure by the door. That's right, this person was Jessica Vance. Yesterday afternoon, I was clearly about to confess to her, but suddenly gave up. Afterward, I left together with Chloe Sanders, and I didn't even return for evening study later. Jessica had been distracted and upset for a long time, but she refused to believe that Chloe and I could have any sort of relationship. But now, why would Chloe show up in her classroom? Was she here to look for me again? Sean Carter has a few things to take care of today, so he needs to request a day off. Chloe's eyes darted around, not daring to look Mr. Davis in the eye. Mr. Davis was utterly astounded. It wasn't that he suspected Sean of skipping class, he just couldn't figure out why Chloe, the aloof campus beauty, was the one coming to ask for his leave. What exactly was their relationship? However, Mr. Davis didn't dwell too much on this question, generously granting the leave of absence, and told Chloe to drop by his office later to pick up the slip. As for the relationship between Chloe and me, although Mr. Davis was curious, they were young people after all, who didn't have a bit of youthful romance during their student days. So, he saw through it but kept it to himself. But Mr. Davis actually didn't dare to overthink it. After all, this was the aloof campus beauty, and her father was a real estate tycoon, so he simply tried to convince himself that maybe the two of them just lived close by. And the fact that the top campus beauty requested leave for me caused a total sensation throughout the school in just half a day. Jessica's face turned even more unsightly. What on earth was going on between Sean and her? Meanwhile, as I was rushing toward that college student, I had absolutely no idea that I had already been blacklisted by every guy in the school. Not to mention, there was another rumor fermenting in the shadows regarding the matter of the campus beauty and me walking out of the love motel together. Though calling it a rumor didn't seem entirely accurate. After all, what should have been slept through was slept through, and what should have been touched was touched. If you said we didn't do anything at all, that would definitely feel off, but if you said we actually did something, it seemed to make even less sense. Stepping into the big city for the first time felt as familiar to me as visiting a neighbor. After all, I spent over a decade hustling here in my past life, doing my studies and starting my business all on this turf. But then again, I hadn't really explored Lindsay's school that thoroughly. This was exactly why I felt uncertain about whether I could actually find Lindsay. Back then, our first meeting hadn't been at the business school. With my past life's grades, getting into the business school would have been a breeze. And back then, I really had considered going there. Unfortunately, Jessica's scores didn't make the cut, so I followed her and went to the slightly lower-ranked International Business School. Oh right, it was still called the Institute of Foreign Trade at this time. It would be a few more years before they changed their name. Thinking back to my past life, the things I gave up for Jessica Vance were truly quite a lot. I couldn't help but give a wry smile. I was way too naive back then, throwing away so many great opportunities for so-called love. Only later did I finally figure it out. Thinking about dating at an age when I should have been making money. Wasn't that just a pipe dream? But precisely because of the lessons from my past life, I had long since seen through reality. Jessica and I were simply not the same kind of people. Our values were miles apart, thinking about it calmly now. Even if I had actually married Jessica in my past life, we would have ended up getting a divorce sooner or later. So in this lifetime, I don't plan on getting too involved with Jessica. What's done is done, and it's time to turn the page. Walking out of the train station, a wave of familiarity washed over me. It was a distinct feeling of déjà vu. In my past life, I was just as new to this place when I first arrived. Except back then I was completely lost and confused, whereas now my goals were incredibly clear. Taking a bus, I easily arrived at the business school, but now came the problem. How was I supposed to find Lindsay? I fell into deep thought. Although I knew Lindsay studied economics, I couldn't be entirely sure which specific department she was in. Then it suddenly hit me that finding Lindsay might not actually be all that difficult. I casually stopped a business school student by the side of the road, and sure enough, just asking around quickly gave me a lead. It turned out I had just been overcomplicating things, almost forgetting that Lindsay was a legendary genius at the business school. Although her reputation as a genius would become completely widespread until her junior year, she was already quite well known by now. At least within the business school, she was already famous. Plus, she was the freshman campus beauty of her year. So how could there not be a ton of people who knew her? Because of this, I headed straight over to the School of Finance. After asking around a bit, I learned that Lindsay didn't have any classes at all today. Now, I was in a bit of a pickle. If she didn't have classes, where on earth was I supposed to look for her? Still, I decided to try my luck and head straight for the dorms. While I wasn't entirely sure where Lindsay's classes were held, I knew exactly where her dorm building was. After all, I'd run over there countless times in my past life. Should I call it good luck or bad luck? Just as I walked up to the girls' dorm building, I caught sight of Lindsay. From a distance, looking at that face which still carried a hint of innocence, I felt a dazed sense of time and space overlapping. Seeing this woman with whom I was so inextricably intertwined once again, my eyes actually welled up with tears uncontrollably. Of course, if that total buzzkill wasn't standing right next to her, it would have been even better. Sis, money has been tight at home lately. I can't even afford to buy my reference books anymore. Lindsay just stood there coldly, looking at her brother playing the pity card in front of her, her eyes as calm and expressionless as a pool of stagnant water. This guy was the son of Lindsay's adoptive parents, named Ethan Croft. He was just coasting along at a local, ordinary high school in the city, and his grades were an absolute utter mess. That's right. He and Lindsay weren't related by blood at all. Lindsay's biological parents had passed away in an accident during her early years, and those relatives of hers saw her as just a helpless little girl, with no one to back her up. They treated her as a burden, so not only did no one want to adopt her, but they even carved up and stole her parents' inheritance. Ultimately, while she was still just a little girl, she was adopted by a former colleague of her parents, Arthur Croft, which meant she was taken in by Ethan Croft's parents. But Arthur Croft's motives for adopting Lindsay weren't pure either. He fully intended to raise Lindsay to become Ethan's future wife. Living with her adoptive parents, Lindsay's life was completely miserable. She had to do all the chores around the house, and they were incredibly stingy when it came to spending any money on her. Therefore, Lindsay's tuition relied entirely on school scholarships, and after she entered college, her daily expenses were basically all earned by working part-time jobs herself. It's safe to say that before she met me, Lindsay's life was an absolute tragedy. But even so, this woman had always been so strong that it made a person's heart ache for her. She was the city's top science scorer back in '05. Because Lindsay possessed an insanely high IQ of 163. This was absolutely no exaggeration. In my past life, I had tested it out of a sudden whim. A high IQ beautiful girl was the perfect description for someone like her. Her grades could have easily gotten her into the country's absolute top universities, but her adoptive parents' family didn't want her to have a good life at all, because, in their eyes, since their own biological son's grades were so terrible, while their adopted daughter's grades were so outstanding, they felt incredibly unbalanced and bitter deep down inside. They were terrified that if the adopted daughter made it big one day, she would just leave them in the dust. As a result, when it came to all her college expenses, including the travel expenses to go to the capital, they refused to give her a single penny. They even snatched away the cash prize the school awarded her when she scored the top rank, leaving her completely penniless at the time. Even if those prestigious universities were willing to cover all her costs, it was completely useless, because the moment any cash touched her hands, would immediately be stolen by her adoptive family. And they even threatened Lindsay that, up until the day college started, she had to stay at home acting as a free live-in maid. They simply wanted to crush Lindsay completely under their thumbs, ensuring she would never have a chance to change her fate. In the end, she was forced to choose the local business school, where all her living expenses could only rely on her scholarships and part-time work. This was because, compared to those top-tier elite institutions, the business school was something her family could actually accept, and besides, the business school was willing to cover all of Lindsay's fees for the 4 years except for her living expenses. And it was precisely because of this that she was able to survive, because it was a direct waiver instead of handing over cash. If they gave her actual money, it would just be stolen by her adoptive family. This was Lindsay's clever little calculation for survival, navigating the narrow cracks to keep herself afloat. Yet even so, her adoptive family would still come running to the school every other day to demand money from her. This was because the state-owned enterprise where Arthur Croft worked was laying off staff, and Arthur happened to be right on the layoff list. Arthur looked down on ordinary jobs like setting up street stalls, considering them deeply humiliating. But when he went out to send his resume to companies, they didn't want him at all, rejecting him for being too old and lacking a proper degree. Consequently, Arthur had already been sitting idle at home for over 6 months. Her adoptive mother, Sophia Croft, was just a lazy, good-for-nothing shrew, which meant the entire adoptive family relied solely on Lindsay's individual scholarships and part-time earnings to survive. The money Ethan Croft was demanding for reference books was all a lie. In reality, he just wanted cash to hang out at internet cafes with his deadbeat friends, buy cigarettes and alcohol. The entire family was a bunch of leeches. This was the situation as I understood it. In my past life, what I did was thoroughly deal with Arthur Croft's family and even helped her reclaim the inheritance left by her parents from the hands of those greedy relatives. But back then, I had arrived far too late. By that time, Lindsay had already lost all hope in life, suffering from severe depression. Later, it took me several long years to completely help Lindsay step out of that dark shadow. Yet, even so, she was still left with some lingering trauma, like frequently having nightmares and experiencing terrible sleep quality. Fortunately, I made it in time in this life. I suddenly had a profound feeling that God might actually be quite fair. If a certain airheaded beauty traded her IQ for a 36D, what about Lindsay? Her off-the-charts IQ of 63 was probably exchanged for all the suffering in the first half of her life. It's just a shame that sometimes having talent alone doesn't guarantee a person a better life, especially for a stunningly beautiful woman. But at least Lindsay was lucky, because across both of my lifetimes I encountered this woman whose early life was plagued by tragedy, preventing her from sinking further into despair and becoming the driving force for her to keep living. Sis, quit zoning out. Our homeroom teacher is still waiting for me to turn in the money. Seeing Lindsay's completely indifferent expression, Ethan Croft impatiently urged Lindsay to cough up the cash. In our past life, at first, Lindsay actually believed Ethan Croft's nonsense, and indeed spent a lot of money supporting the family. But later, he tasted the sweetness of it, and became even more insatiable, completely draining Lindsay's pockets. So, for a very long period of time, Lindsay lived a miserable life where she couldn't even fill her stomach. But that wasn't even the most fatal part. The reason I actually made a move on Ethan Croft was because he was completely rotten to the core. After I rescued Lindsay, considering that Arthur Croft's family had at least raised Lindsay, I didn't completely ruin them. I just stopped Lindsay from giving their family another dime. But later, Ethan Croft sold Lindsay out for money, selling her to a wealthy nightclub owner, trying to send his sister straight to the guy's bed. Too bad Lindsay had already given up on their family long ago. Afterward, Lindsay and I gave that guy a severe beating. I even spent a few days in the slammer for it. But as for me, I never let a grudge last overnight. The day I got out, I went right back and taught that owner another lesson. Yeah, I threw a burlap sack over his head in the middle of the night, leaving zero evidence. Even if that guy knew I did it, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. When it comes to playing dirty, my reputation as a total bastard isn't for nothing. As for Ethan Croft, in my past life, my revenge against him was the most brutal. But it wasn't as simple as just giving him a beating. I completely destroyed his life. I got him expelled from school and made sure he couldn't find a job. Wherever he worked, I would send people to stir up trouble. And over time, no company dared to hire him anymore. With no degree, and no one even wanting him for manual labor, what else did he have left in his life? Similarly, Arthur Croft and his wife met a pretty similar fate. Anyway, to help Lindsay vent this bitter rage, the amount of money I threw around was no small sum. Not for anything else, just pure revenge. God, seeing Ethan Croft show up in front of Lindsay right now mostly just made me absolutely furious. Ethan Croft was still there, rambling on endlessly, trying to snatch from Lindsay's hands the hard-earned money she had slaved away for these past few days. Then, completely without warning, he felt a sharp, agonizing pain pierce the back of his head. Before he could even react, a powerful, heavy foot kicked him squarely to the ground. Right after that came my completely unreasonable, one-sided beatdown. You piece of trash. If you want money, go earn it yourself. Demanding money from your sister. Where do you get the nerve? I threw kick after kick. I completely lived up to my nickname of a total bastard, aiming every single blow right at Ethan Croft's face. Ethan Croft was just a good-for-nothing slacker, a weakling with a combat power of less than 5. So he was beaten so badly under my boots that he couldn't even see what I looked like clearly. As a result, he was wailing, "Bro, stop hitting me. I beg you, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong." Know you were wrong? For a piece of garbage like you to admit a mistake, the sun would have to rise from the west. Lindsay, standing to the side, was already completely dumbfounded, her mind filled with question marks. Wait, who are you? Where did you pop out from? What kind of move is attacking someone right off the bat? But watching him get beaten up is so satisfying. Lindsay silently muttered to herself, just watching me teach Ethan Croft a lesson until I got tired of kicking him. Only then did I stop, glaring down at that guy, who was already crying like a giant baby. I spat on Ethan Croft, cursing under my breath, "You piece of trash." Lindsay is under my protection. If you ever dare to show your face in front of her again, I'll break your legs. Even after cursing him out, I still wasn't satisfied, so I delivered a brutal parting kick. I didn't hold back any force on this kick, planting it heavily right on his tailbone. Ethan Croft was struck right in a vital spot by this kick. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he began to sob and wail uncontrollably. This loud shriek of his actually managed to jar awake the students who were still lounging in bed. Inside the girls' dorm, instantly, a neat row of heads popped out of the windows. Even the dorm manager, matron, walked out from inside out of curiosity. But strangely enough, she didn't seem to have any intention of coming over to interfere. Knowing I had been a bit too ruthless this time, I grabbed Lindsay and bolted. Lindsay was dragged away by this guy, whom she didn't know at all. Her instinct was to resist, but driven by curiosity. She wanted to know what on earth he wanted with her. Of course, what truly piqued her curiosity was me. Isn't he a bit too young? But Lindsay ran all the way with me, until we reached the food street behind the business school, before finally stopping. In my past life, whenever I came to find Lindsay, the two of us would often grab a quick bite on this exact street. So I was completely familiar with this area. "Do you know me?" Lindsay asked, sounding rather unsure. I rolled my eyes. "Lindsay, a sophomore at the business school, and the campus beauty of your freshman year. Don't you have any idea how famous you are?" Lindsay was left completely speechless and quiet, but she still murmured softly, "Thank you for helping me just now." As I stared blankly at Lindsay, meanwhile, I quietly pondered in my heart. I had indeed arrived just in time. The current Lindsay was vastly different from the Lindsay I met for the first time in my past life. How should I put it? The current her didn't have that feeling of being completely surrounded by despair. This was probably because the current Lindsay hadn't completely given up on life yet and still held on to hope and expectations for the future. Thank goodness I came. I will make sure this hope and these expectations come true. Half an hour later, the two of us were sitting inside a 20-year-old, well-established hot pot restaurant. I was very comfortably cooking the mutton, acting like we were old friends, making Lindsay unable to help but want to complain about how insanely thick-skinned this guy was. Little did she know, this was exactly what I intentionally wanted her to see. You look a bit on the younger side, Lindsay asked, sounding rather uncertain. I nodded. Yeah, I'm 3 years younger than you. Lindsay was even more astonished. Then is there a reason you came looking for me? Hearing this, I put down my chopsticks. This girl was indeed losing her patience. I do have something to discuss with you. I pretended to ponder for a moment, and only then did I speak with a smile, except my next words were completely earth-shattering. Well, I want to support you. Lindsay was completely stunned, the expression on her face freezing, looking entirely incredulous. Her voice couldn't help but rise as she said, You want to support me? Yes, it's want to, not thinking about it. I corrected her with complete confidence. Is there any difference? Lindsay asked back, caught between tears and laughter. She had calmed down a bit by now. Although this guy before her spoke in shocking terms, she inexplicably felt an indescribable sensation. That's right, a voice in her subconscious was actually urging her to agree to his proposal. I appeared exceptionally calm, explaining with absolute confidence, of course it's different. Want to means it's mandatory. You have no way to refuse. Thinking about it means I'm asking for your opinion. Pff. Lindsay couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Are you always this overbearing? I'm not even allowed to refuse? I nodded righteously. Correct. No refusing allowed. So you're officially supported by me now. Lindsay wanted to laugh even more, but she still asked, then since I'm being supported, what am I supposed to do? At this moment, my heart was racing with pure excitement. I actually successfully bluffed her. As expected of the absolute genius Lindsay, the future version of her who looked down on me, taught me exactly how to handle her past self. I can't believe a move like this actually worked. I took a deep breath, cleared my throat twice, and my tone became exceptionally serious. For now, making money, of course. I'm planning to make a massive move. Here's what we're going to do. As Lindsay listened to me talk, the way she looked at me became more and more peculiar. 4 hours later, the two of them showed up at a wholesale market in the city. Staring at the barbecue cart in front of her, Lindsay's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This is your idea of a massive move? I was incredibly embarrassed myself. Well, we have to start with some seed money. Let's earn some capital first. Hurry up and pay. Even though Lindsay was the one coughing up the cash, I had a completely arrogant look on my face without blinking an eye. Lindsay's face was covered in dark lines. Why do I feel like I just stepped onto a sinking ship? Wait, is this what you meant by supporting me? You ate my food for lunch, and now you're spending my money to buy a barbecue cart? Lindsay was almost driven to laughter out of anger. What kind of being supported was this? It would be more accurate to say that she had found herself a boy toy who lived off a woman. I stated with absolute righteousness, don't worry, we definitely won't lose money on this. After all, you still have to pay when we buy the ingredients in a bit. Lindsay was even more speechless. No, seriously. How can you say that without your heart skipping a beat or your face turning red? Lindsay was getting angry, and her tightly clenched fists hardened. But on second thought, she let it go. She had already stepped onto this guy's sinking ship anyway, even though it was completely bizarre and as if she were under a spell. During these few years, the city code enforcement wasn't nearly as strict. When it came to setting up a street stall, basically around parks or places like that, as long as there was an empty space, you could just go set it up. So with me pulling from the front, and Lindsay pushing from behind, the two of them very tacitly pushed the barbecue cart right near the exact barbecue stand, where the airheaded Beauty and I had eaten last night. Are you sure we can make money this way? Lindsay watched me writing words on a board, and couldn't help but complain, I don't have that much money to lose for you. I waved my hand. Don't worry, it's guaranteed. And then, I expertly began skewering mutton onto the sticks, one skewer after another, resting her chin on her hand. Lindsay just crouched on a stone block behind me, zoning out. It felt exactly like a dream, muddled and confusing. She, the legendary top beauty of the business school, was actually being supported. and the other party was 3 years younger than her, to boot, even though she felt like something was off. Shouldn't being supported mean giving me money to spend, and then staying in bed all day long? How come it feels like I'm the one spending so much money on him? And besides, why am I standing out here with you selling? Barbecue? Lindsay said expressionlessly, her lovely face completely flat. I suspect you're just using supporting me as a front to scam me out of my money and trick me into working for you as free labor. I froze, then immediately scoffed. Nonsense. How is that possible? Do I look like that kind of person? Lindsay actually fell into a quite serious contemplation, and only after a long while did she spit out a single word. Yes, sigh. You really are a good judge of character. I laughed like a total villain. But I'm not just tricking you into working for me. I'm going to take your body too. Did you think I was joking when I said I wanted to support you? Huh? Lindsay was stunned. Could this guy actually be serious? But she was still a bit unable to figure out the situation for a moment. How did she inexplicably run all the way from the city to here, and with such a young guy no less? As the saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be a catch. The high IQ beautiful girl Lindsay put her brain with an off-the-charts IQ of 63 to work, spinning it rapidly. At the same time, she stared blankly at my back, when a completely absurd thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Are you a local from this city? Lindsay asked cautiously. I was seriously skewering meat, and hearing Lindsay's words behind me, I just assumed she was making small talk with me. After all, on this timeline, the current Lindsay wasn't all that familiar with me yet, so wanting to know more about me was quite normal. But I had actually overlooked a tiny detail, and it was precisely this detail that exposed a great many things about me. So you ran all the way to the city, specifically to find me and support me? Lindsay asked, sounding rather thoughtful. I gave a casual hum. That's right. Look at how talented you are. I need your help, so there's nothing wrong with that, right? Lindsay fell silent, thinking for a very long time before asking, that part makes sense, but why did you think of helping me? At this moment, alarm bells went off wildly in my heart, as I realized this girl had already grown suspicious of me. However, I didn't feel surprised. If she didn't have any suspicions at all, that would be truly abnormal. So I had already come up with an excuse beforehand, and continuing to skewer the meat by myself, I said in a very casual tone, seeing how beautiful you are, I thought it would be a total waste if some other guy got you. It's better if I just enjoy you myself. The reason was plausible enough, but Lindsay didn't buy it in her heart at all. She narrowed her eyes. Is that so? And here I thought you traveled back in time from the future. I instantly felt cold sweat covering my entire back. No, seriously, is an IQ of 163 always this terrifying? I guess I must have broken the record for the fastest a time traveler's identity has ever been seen through, right? Does it really have to be this ridiculous? On the first day of my rebirth, I got a room with the airheaded beauty, and on the second day, my identity as a time traveler was seen through by the high IQ older classmate. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. I felt like my heart was about to jump right out of my throat, but I still remained unbothered on the surface, pretending to be completely clueless as I asked, traveled back in time from the future? Why would you think that? Lindsay thought about it, pouting her lips as she said, because I really can't figure it out otherwise. If I hadn't told you myself, how else could you have come up with such a bizarre method? To trick me into your hands? Gasp. A massive storm had already erupted inside my heart. Is this the power of a genius with an IQ of 163? The future version of herself had precisely predicted the behavior of the past version of myself. Haha, you certainly have a very vivid imagination. I just felt myself sweating profusely. Sure enough, you always know yourself best. The Lindsay of my past life had already anticipated that. If I wanted her past self to trust me, a complete stranger, I would first have to pry open the iron gates of her heart. But doing that was harder than climbing to the heavens. During the first half of her life, Lindsay was stabbed in the back by her closest relatives, and worked like a beast of burden by her adoptive family, leaving her long since disheartened by this rotten world. So she wouldn't easily trust anyone at all, unless that person could make her feel at ease. A sense of ease is a pretty mystical thing, so Lindsay, based on my personality and traits, had come up with such a wicked trick. But then again, this trick was actually incredibly effective. A green boy who was 3 years younger than her suddenly pops up in front of her, saying he wants to support her. If it were anyone else, they would definitely think this guy had water in his brain. or was just a complete idiot. But she, Lindsay, wasn't an ordinary person. Her IQ of 163 wasn't just for show. She would definitely ponder whether there was some hidden catch behind it. And this kind of pickup routine that borders on psychotic? Besides Lindsay herself, probably no one else in the entire world could have come up with it. So this was the secret code that Lindsay had specifically left for her past self. I frantically skewered the mutton sticks, my heart completely up and down, terrified that this girl would keep digging deeper. Fortunately, Lindsay suddenly grew quiet, making me think she actually bought it, and only then did I secretly let out a sigh of relief. But right when I was skewering the sticks with total gusto, Lindsay's clear, cold voice drifted over. Is the mole on my butt a bit of an eyesore? Lindsay's face flushed red, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Without even thinking, I smiled and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where on earth do you have a mole on your butt?" The moment the words left my mouth, alarm bells blared frantically in my head. Holy crap, I'm screwed. With a single slip of the tongue, I completely let the cat out of the bag. My mouth twitched uncontrollably. I cleared my throat with a dry cough. "Lindsay, would you believe me if I said I just misspoke?" Lindsay stared at this jerk meaningfully. She let out a faint laugh. "How do you know I don't have a mole on my butt? Today is the first time we've ever met. So where did you see that?" "I just guessed blindly. Is that it?" The mockery in Lindsay's tone was dialed up to the max. "Do you think I'd believe that? This has got to be the fastest a reborn time traveler has ever slipped up in history. My grand plan for rebirth hadn't even started yet, and I had already been seen through by Lindsay. No, seriously, are all you geniuses with a 163 IQ this terrifying? Is this the legendary IQ dominance? Oh my god. It's way too scary." While I was racking my brain on how to bluff my way out, I saw the corner of Lindsay's mouth curl up suddenly. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. I don't know anything. This kind of, obviously sarcastic statement made my face turn completely dark. Holy crap, this girl is just as wickedly cunning as she was in our past life. In my past life, Lindsay was quite elegant when we first met, but after we slowly got to know each other, I truly realized that Lindsay was nothing like her surface appearance. Deep down inside, this woman was a master of wicked manipulation, having probably endured too many hardships in the first half of her life. Lindsay had locked the doors to her heart completely shut, and her mental state was an absolute mess too. So back when she first met me, Lindsay was still quite guarded against me, and naturally wouldn't trust me so easily. Resting her chin on her hand, Lindsay just quietly stared at this jerk who made her feel a mix of love and hate. Oining as after rummin in the Seville had already quietly slipped into the softest corner of her heart. To be willing to give him her entire body? She must have loved him to death, right? Lindsay pondered silently to herself. Although it sounded completely mystical, this boy was definitely here to rescue her. Lindsay believed this without a shadow of a doubt. Lindsay gave a faint smile. "Let me help you." She walked over to help me skewer the meat and vegetables. Before 6 o'clock in the evening, the two of them finally finished preparing all the ingredients they planned to sell on the trays for that day. I didn't dare to prepare too much on the first day, mostly because I was uncertain, so we had to test the waters first to see the market response. "There's nobody here yet, but you're already grilling?" Lindsay sat on a small stool next to me, blinking her eyes as she asked curiously. I gave a wicked smirk. "You don't get it. Once people passing by smell this aroma, maybe they'll be reeled right in." Lindsay didn't say anything, because she was exactly like that sometimes too. However, she still pointed at the sign I wrote and said, "Writing this is going to make people hate you, right?" The sign read, 100% pure beef and mutton. 0 fake duck or chicken meat. Tenfold refund if proven fake, using mutton flavoring and sheep tail fat. To marinate duck meat and pass it off as mutton skewers was a trick that, in this era, was already an open secret in the industry. But being a newcomer, putting this matter directly out in the open was basically hinting to passers-by that everyone else sold fake meat, and only mine was real mutton. This would definitely offend our competitors. Everyone was originally making money in silence, but you come out and flip the table right away. How are other people supposed to make a living? I sneered, as if crooked merchants have any right to complain. Anyway, we're just earning some hard-earned cash to raise some seed money. So what if we offend them? I don't plan on relying on this to make a fortune. Seriously, I've had it with him. Eating from the bowl, then smashing the pot once you're done. Lindsay's face was covered in dark lines, and she couldn't help but worry about her own future. What kind of bizarre possessed state was I in to actually fall for this jerk? She couldn't help but ask her future self. Except her future self wouldn't give her an answer. The way she looked at me, without even realizing it herself, had already softened by several degrees. Boss, is this really real mutton? Just as I had anticipated. The moment this sign was set up, it immediately tempted a few hungry customers. Of course, it's 100% real mutton. We sliced it fresh. I beat my chest proudly and guaranteed. All right, give me 20 skewers. Let me see. Let's get some vegetables too. Oh, these are chives? Yeah, we don't have a large customer base here yet, so I brought some out to try, I explained. Back in '07, grilled chives and grilled garlic hadn't exploded across the country yet. So, to test the waters, I introduced a few items that would later become wildly popular nationwide. However, this customer was a seasoned foodie who had tasted delicacies from all over the country, so he decisively ordered a bunch of good stuff. In my past life, after opening a company, team-building events were inevitable. As the boss, I was always in charge of grilling for everyone, so I naturally developed quite an excellent skill. Running a little street stall was absolutely no problem. All right, here you go, give it a try. With just one bite, the man knew it was the real deal, and immediately gave a thumbs up. Nice. This is seriously good. Here, try some too. I slid a few extra grilled skewers over to Lindsay. Lindsay froze for a moment. Aren't we supposed to sell these for money? We're not going to miss a single bite. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. In fact, I had already noticed that Lindsay had been drooling from hunger since earlier. Her adoptive family constantly demanded money from her. So how could she normally afford to eat this stuff? She could barely even afford regular meals. Thinking about this, my hatred toward Arthur Croft's family surged up another level. While I was grilling next to her, Lindsay just sat there quietly eating, learning the trade on the sly. Although my grilling skills were decent enough, this business definitely wouldn't last for just a day or two, so I needed a partner. Of course, this trade wasn't that easy to learn, especially grilling vegetables, where a single mistake could turn them into charcoal. That customer from just now contributed over $200 in revenue all by himself, showing just how highly profitable a little stall like this could be. But it was pure hard-earned cash. In just a short while, my back was already completely soaked. After all, standing by a roaring grill on a hot day, how could anyone not be roasting? Are you two a young couple running a shop? Before leaving, the customer curiously eyed Lindsay and then looked back at me. It wasn't surprising for him to think that this era wasn't like the future, where college students were everywhere. Many young couples went straight into factories upon graduation, or opened up a small shop together. I quietly stole a glance at Lindsay, and it turned out she was looking at me too. Instantly, a wave of indescribable sweetness welled up in my heart, so I nodded and tacitly agreed. Yeah, we're saving up some capital to start a small business. That's pretty nice. Once we saw the man off, I finally asked, Linz, how does it taste? Linz's? Lindsay was taken aback. Well, doesn't it make us sound closer? I explained with a dry laugh. However, Lindsay gave me a highly meaningful glare, having already formed a few suspicions in her mind. In reality, the nickname Linz was something from my past life after Lindsay and I made our relationship official, and only then did I start calling her that. After all, the two of us spent several years together after that. The moment that sweet feeling welled up just now, I couldn't hold it back and let it slip out. But Lindsay was actually a bit tsundere deep down inside. Since she didn't say no, it meant she tacitly accepted the nickname. Lindsay at this age still carried a sense of girlish charm that she didn't have in our past life. It was incredibly endearing. Consider it a side of her I never saw before, discovered from her after my rebirth. Why am I suddenly feeling a little excited? By the way, why does it smell so good? Lindsay was actually quite curious, because he had eaten at other places before, but none of them were grilled to perfection like this. I gave a mysterious smile and showed her the contents of the seasoning jar next to me. The chili powder is just the topping, but this right here is the real magic, my secret recipe. I laughed proudly. In fact, it really was a secret recipe. In my past life, I got this stuff from a highly popular shop hidden deep in an alley. By partnering up and coaxing it out of them. For running a place like this, the seasoning rubs and sauces are the ultimate trade secrets. But since I had helped them hit it big back then, and promised I only wanted it to satisfy my own cravings without leaking it. They were finally willing to teach me. Who would have thought that one day it would become the first pot of gold for making my fortune? Life is truly full of surprises. Should we get more mutton tomorrow? Lindsay discussed with me. That one guy had just polished off over 40 skewers by himself. But I shook my head. Let's keep an eye on things first. Actually, these vegetables are where the real profit is. For instance, the profit margin on potato slices is dozens of times over. Lindsay didn't argue either, and just quietly squatted back down on the large stone behind me. Later, she even tore off a piece of thick cardboard to fan me like a regular fan. Feeling the cool breeze, a wave of warmth surged through my heart. I guess this counts as winning this girl over ahead of schedule. As expected, if you want to win over an ultimate boss-level goddess like Lindsay, you still have to rely on her future self stepping in. Afterward, another wave of customers arrived, one after another, and the number of students began to pick up too. It was now the prime rush hour for after-school and after-work crowds. This was when business truly started booming. I spoke to Lindsay, and already started letting her try her hand at the grill, though starting out with grilling vegetables. In reality, grilling meat is easier to master, but that stuff has a way higher cost. But Lindsay, after all, possessed a genius brain, and learning things was like using a total cheat code. I wouldn't say she got it instantly, but she was at least way faster than I was when I first learned. In less than half an hour, another several $100s flowed into our revenue. Lindsay was completely stunned by it. Does running a stall always pull in this much cash? Of course, but we can only do this for one summer. I let out a sigh. A roadside stall like this actually draws a larger crowd than brick-and-mortar shops, because it looks so down-to-earth and easily triggers the appetite of passers-by. Plus, a barbecue cart can easily be moved to crowded parks and other hotspots, but once autumn hits and the weather turns chilly, nobody will really come around anymore. Lindsay naturally understood this logic too. Feeling a bit worried, she asked, "Then when you talked about saving capital for a business, did you mean opening a barbecue restaurant?" Hearing this, I froze for a moment, then hurriedly waved my hand. No way. Although brick-and-mortar business is the mainstream right now, the future belongs entirely to the internet. You want to develop software? Lindsay was utterly shocked. Software? I recalled that. Back in 2007, although relatively mature smartphones already existed, Apple's first-generation iPhone was also released in this exact same year. But to truly be usable as a proper smartphone, it would take at least until the iPhone 3G came out, and a smartphone, as a device, without a proper app ecosystem, is just a slightly better-looking feature phone. So I was mulling over whether to pull off a massive move. I had returned through rebirth, making me that very butterfly flapping its wings. As for how big of a storm it could whip up, it was highly unpredictable. But since I have such an opportunity in this new life, why not make the future even more exciting? Although when it comes to rebirth, a person really should try not to alter the world's original trajectory as much as possible, since that makes it easier to profit from it. After all, the fewer the variables, the easier things are to control. But my greatest cheat and trump card from rebirth has never been knowing exactly how the future will play out, or what will make me rich, but rather my advanced mindset and vision, as well as my grasp on what the public truly needs. Having a handle on that kind of thing, I saw right through the inner workings of it, so I already had a few calculations in mind. I didn't explain much, simply sighing to Lindsay, "Let's just focus on making money first. Without money, everything else is just talk." Lindsay tilted her head. "How much money do you need?" "Actually, I still have a bit. Forget it. Keep your petty cash to buy yourself regular meals. What we need is serious capital. The more the better." Lindsay could only nod thoughtfully. She couldn't actually understand how a barbecue stall could generate any real capital. This was a perfectly normal thought. After all, the staggering profit margins of these industries hadn't been truly understood by the general public yet. During this era, "What can I get for you, beautiful?" I was completely buried in grilling vegetables when I noticed another girl had approached. So, without even looking up, I gave my customary greeting. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Intrigued, I subconsciously raised my head, and my eyes instantly popped out like giant saucers. Holy crap. The person standing there was the exact same dim-witted beauty I had gotten a room with last night. Chloe Sanders. My heart instantly dropped into my stomach, and alarm bells blared frantically. Oh my God. Is a full-blown romantic battlefield about to play out this early? Chloe pouted her little lips, and the deeply resentful look on her face made me feel absolutely terrible. C classes are over for you? I asked, completely flustered. I had absolutely never expected that after dragging this dim-witted beauty into a hotel at this exact same time last night, we would actually run into each other again at this exact hour today. Why are you running a street stall here? The naive beauty asked, her eyes clear and completely airheaded. I rubbed my nose a bit awkwardly. Well, I'm in urgent need of cash, so I'm running a stall to make some. Urgent need of cash? Chloe was taken aback, under my puzzled gaze. Chloe pulled out her wallet, rummaged through it, and then, as if she had suddenly remembered something, she actually handed the entire wallet straight over to me. I was completely floored. No, seriously, girl, just because the two of us have a bit of history, you shouldn't be giving me your heart and soul like this. Besides, you haven't even given me your actual body yet. A sudden wave of guilt washed over me, giving me the distinct illusion that I was scamming this silly girl out of both her money and her body. I didn't take the wallet, but just cleared my throat twice. The kind of cash I'm short of isn't as simple as a few hundred or a few $1,000. Anyway, don't you worry about it. Chloe seemed only half understanding, but her gaze locked onto the mutton skewers I was currently grilling, staring completely straight at them, clearly craving them like crazy. Out of options, I could only pull her over to sit down on the side. Who is she? Lindsay, who had been in the back the whole time, leaned in close to my side and whispered. She had noticed it the moment Chloe started talking to me. Earlier, the other party was a beautiful young girl whose looks didn't lose out to hers at all. Seeing her chatting with me like that, Lindsay had initially assumed she was a classmate of mine. When she saw her pull out her wallet, she figured she was just buying some barbecue. But the longer she watched, the weirder it got. Wait, why on earth would you hand your entire wallet over to this bastard? Then she saw me pull the girl over to the chairs on the side. Only then did she curiously lean over to ask what the hell was going on. My heart was still lodged in my throat and hadn't settled down, and Lindsay suddenly leaning in like this flat out scared me so much, my heart nearly stopped beating. She's just, I stammered, completely incoherent. For a moment, I didn't know how on earth I was supposed to introduce this airheaded beauty to Lindsay. Calling her my girlfriend was definitely out of the question. If I had to put a label on it, the Lindsay of my past life was the one truly closer to me. If things had followed the world's original trajectory, and I hadn't been dragged off the rooftop by that silly girl, I surely would have moved past the dark shadow left by Jessica. I would have most likely ended up together with Lindsay, or completely closed off my heart to love. However, one thing still wouldn't change. At least my relationship with Lindsay would have kept going. So I feel like in this new life, it's definitely because of Lindsay's experiences across 2 lifetimes, plus a direct assist from her future self. If I can't win her over like this, that would be truly unbelievable. So at this very moment, I felt like my brain had never before worked quite this fast. It was practically off the charts. Lindsay stared at me suspiciously. Looking at this panicky expression of mine, she vaguely caught a whiff of something fishy. You bastard. Lindsay hesitated, before finally asking, You didn't scam that little girl out of her money too, did you? Huh? I was completely floored. For a moment, I flat out didn't know how to reply. That didn't sound quite right. But thinking about it carefully, it really was the case. I really did scam $200 from that naive beauty. Oh wait, it was more than that. There were also 2 meals plus a pack of cigarettes. I almost forgot she was the one who paid for the hotel room too. Thinking about it this way, I really felt like a terrible, guilty sinner. Pretty much, yeah. I think I really did scam her money. I could only go along with her words and reply. But right then, right on cue, another unexpected thing happened. The naive beauty popped out from nowhere at some point, and stood right behind me. Is she your older sister? I froze, subconsciously looking at the naive beauty, and then looking back at Lindsay. Suddenly, it clicked. Lindsay definitely looked more mature than I did. In fact, most people who saw Lindsay and me probably wouldn't think we were a couple. Now, this was awkward. However, at this moment, a subtle idea suddenly popped into my head. Actually, no, she's the college student I'm supporting. That right, a total bastard like me admitted it open and proud. Because I realized that with certain issues, it was better to just lay them all out on the table. Anyway, it wasn't like there was anything to hide. My level of trust with Lindsay had to come first above all else. As for this silly girl, Chloe Sanders. Damn it, she owes me a life. So, what if I drag her to a hotel room every single day? Who told her to be indebted to me? That's right, I was just that unapologetically confident. The naive beauty was completely thrown off by my absolute confidence and slightly smug tone. All the words she wanted to say got stuck right in her throat. Although I had already said this morning that I was going to support a female college student. What normal person would actually take that seriously? Who would have thought this bastard really supported a college student and even brought her back with him? Lindsay was even more floored. Wait, are you serious? She really hadn't expected that when this guy introduced her to someone, he would actually dare to say she was being supported. It was completely absurd. The naive beauty sized Lindsay up with a face full of shock, although the other party looked a few years older than her and wasn't wearing any designer clothes or jewelry. The more it was like this, the more mysterious the woman in front of her felt. Unfathomable, exactly. Lindsay possessed an innate, ethereal aura. This kind of ethereal aura wasn't something that could be learned through dressing up or deliberate imitation, and certainly couldn't be painted on with makeup. Lindsay just stood there quietly, and her naturally flawless face could make a whole crowd of ordinary women feel totally inferior. On the contrary, the naive beauty completely lacked this kind of vibe, mainly because her innate, pure, airheaded charm was just too strong. It's just that in the eyes of people who didn't know her well, it across as a cold aloofness. You're really supporting her? Even now, the naive beauty still found it hard to believe, thinking I might still just be teasing her. But Lindsay curled the corner of her mouth into a meaningful smile, and very generously extended her delicate, jade-like hand toward Chloe Sanders. This girl Lindsay, yes, the supported college student. Lindsay actually had a bit of a wickedly playful side to her too. With her off-the-charts IQ, she naturally saw right through the unusual relationship between the girl in front of her and me. Perfectly elegant, exuding the sheer pressure of the main wife, leaving Chloe Sanders staring blankly. She actually forgot to shake hands with Lindsay for a moment, probably because she hadn't expected the person in front of her could actually admit so righteously that she was supported by Sean Carter. After all, any normal woman would have some reservations, right? I'm Chloe Sanders. Flustered and incoherent, Chloe hurriedly shook Lindsay's hand, but when she stole a glance, her gaze toward Sean Carter held a bit more resentment, feeling very much like she had been toyed with by Sean Carter, and then sold out by him the moment he turned around. Well, looking at it that way, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with that description. This happened to be the busiest time of day for business. For the sake of making cash, I couldn't care less whether these two would erupt into some terrifying romantic battlefield. Making money. I was just a heartless money-making machine. Safe to say, I underestimated the scale of the brick-and-mortar economy back in '07. The crowd flow simply didn't stop. But thinking about it, it was perfectly normal. Online shopping and food delivery hadn't taken off yet in '07. People's entertainment activities at home were usually very limited. Aside from some older computer games, it was generally just watching TV. So during this era, people preferred to go out shopping for entertainment. And when they went out shopping, they'd naturally grab a bite. The cash came in so fast, I didn't even have time to count it. I only knew that the cardboard box used for holding money next to me was completely stuffed. However, while I was grilling for the customers, I didn't forget to whip up a portion for the naive beauty as well, and then brought it right over to her. I had Lindsay take over for me for a bit. After all, the things we were grilling right now were quite simple. Seeing that this silly girl had already started digging in, I asked curiously, "Aren't you going home?" Chloe Sanders shook her head. As she ate, she spat out 3 words, "Don't want to." I scratched my head, not saying much else. Since I hadn't gone home myself, I was in no position to lecture her. "Don't just eat this stuff. You still need to have a proper meal," I reminded her. "Oh." The naive beauty seemed a bit distracted, and her reaction was slow. Seeing her look like she wanted to say something but hesitated, I thought about it, and could only turn around to head back and relieve Lindsay on the grill. "You got a hotel room with me." Just as I was about to step away, I heard the naive beauty speak up behind me. I pulled my foot back, turned around, and asked in confusion, "Huh, you dragged me to get a room?" The naive beauty, Chloe Sanders, paused and repeated her point once more. I didn't quite process it at first. After mulling it over, I asked tentatively, "So, you want to get a room with me again?" The naive beauty's mouth parted slightly, looking completely incredulous. How on earth could he be this shameless? I said you dragged me to get a room. The naive beauty was pretty much on the verge of exploding. This left me even more dazed, so I could only clear my throat twice. I know, your figure is amazing, and you felt great to hold. Satisfied now? I'm not talking about that. The naive beauty was finally driven past her breaking point by me, shouting out what was truly on her mind. The tone she used made it feel as if she were the actual main wife. You already got a room with me, yet you're still supporting her? Yeah, is there a problem? Huh? Is that not allowed? The naive beauty's wide eyes were filled with immense confusion, caught completely off guard by my sudden deadpan honesty. Her brain went completely offline. Inside her head, Sean Carter's words kept echoing over and over. That confident interrogation. Is there a problem? Is it not allowed? It felt like there really wasn't anything wrong with it. Safe to say, this silly girl, Chloe Sanders, really lacked the necessary brainpower. She was actually driven into a total logical dead end by a single sentence of mine. She was actually seriously pondering the legitimacy of this whole thing. I was completely lost for words. She was so slow, she was practically a ditz. Being as foolish as she is gave me a sense of superiority from completely crushing her IQ. I felt that with the top campus beauty's level of intelligence, I could easily trick her into having 5 kids for me. Wait, gross. How could I call it tricking her? This girl clearly owes me, so 5 kids isn't asking too much, right? I quietly went back to grilling skewers, mainly because I really couldn't spare any time right now. At my current stage, I needed to work myself to the bone to earn a pot of seed money, and the more the better, because between 2007 and 2008 lay the greatest opportunities of the next 10 years. Once this wave passed, there would never be another chance like it. I taught Lindsay while I was grilling. I didn't expect Lindsay to match my skill level. Within a single day, I just needed her to grill at a normal standard. Fortunately, Lindsay possessed extraordinary IQ and learning ability, so this level of requirement wasn't difficult for her. I'm still a student right now, so I can't come out here too early. Before I could even finish my sentence, Lindsay indicated that she understood. She made an okay sign. I'll be here on time every afternoon. As a college student, during the hours the stall was open at night, she barely had any other commitments. It's just that I'm a bit worried. Running back and forth between the 2 cities every day will be exhausting. Lindsay looked at Sean Carter suspiciously. We don't have classes every day in college, you know? I was momentarily caught off guard by her response. That actually makes sense. With that, my worries completely vanished. So I nodded. All right, it's not like we have to keep this up for too long anyway. Once we get past the initial phase, we'll be fine. How long are you planning to run this stall for the initial phase? Lindsay asked out of genuine curiosity. At least until this summer ends. This was the honest truth. 2007 was a unique point in time. In reality, when starting any business, if you factored in the cost elements and ignored how grueling the labor was, this kind of mobile food stall undoubtedly yielded the most terrifying profit margins it could even compete with. The returns of a stock hitting its daily limit up, day after day. Though the difference was that the stock market wasn't physically exhausting, but it could easily give you high blood pressure. Risk and reward were perfectly proportional. Hearing that it would take the entire summer, Lindsay didn't show any particular reaction. It was perfectly normal, actually. She was already working 2 part-time jobs every day, and running a barbecue stall wasn't even as exhausting as those 2 jobs. While chatting with Lindsay, I would occasionally steal a glance at the naive beauty over there, and it left me caught between tears and laughter. It can be said that I had accidentally given the naive beauty a profound philosophical question, worth pondering deeply. She was still sitting there, thinking about it very seriously. Noticing Sean Carter's gaze, Lindsay glanced over. What's wrong with her? She looks a bit slow. Her words amused me. I couldn't help but tease. Indeed, even though you're both beautiful women, you represent 2 complete extremes. Extremes? Yeah. One is terrifyingly smart, and the other is touchingly airheaded. Hearing this, Lindsay couldn't hold back a laugh. Are you for real? Isn't it obvious at a single glance? I guess it really is. The 2 of us kept teasing back and forth, when Lindsay suddenly changed the subject. But since she's so beautiful, why do I get the feeling your relationship isn't that simple? As expected of Lindsay, this girl has incredibly sharp eyes. The smile on my face instantly collapsed. Scratching my cheek with a guilty conscience, I stammered. Well, about that, probably because I stayed overnight at a hotel room with her last night. Say what? A bunch of question marks popped up over Lindsay's head. Pointing at her own nose, she asked, Didn't you just say you were supporting me? How did you end up getting a room with her too? I froze for a second, then hurriedly corrected her. No, that's not right. I got a hotel room with her first, and only started supporting you afterward. Oh, right, and the money used to support you was actually paid by her. What? Lindsay was completely flabbergasted. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her brain short-circuiting. Lindsay, oh Lindsay, just how much water did you get in your brain to actually fall for a man like this? Business at a roadside stall like this was insanely popular, and we could easily stay busy until the middle of the night. However, I didn't plan on staying open that late. After all, I still had to attend classes, and my parents wouldn't allow it either. Besides, today was our very first time out, and the ingredients I prepared couldn't possibly last until then. Around 11 o'clock, most of the food was completely sold out. For the remaining, less popular items, I thought about just grilling them up so the three of us could finish them ourselves. Just as I was thinking this, an old man wearing oversized floral shorts and flip-flops walked right up. Hey, his look was a dead ringer for the villain from Stephen Chow's Kung Fu movie. Hold on a second, young boss. I'll take everything that's left. I was quite surprised. I didn't expect the old man to have such good taste. After chatting with the old man for a few words, I finally understood what was going on. It turned out this old man had been playing chess with a group of his old buddies. Over there, his grandson had bought some of my skewers and brought them over, and the rich aroma made them drool like crazy. Once they asked around, they found out it was a newly opened stall. Too bad I came so late, and you're already packing up the stall, boss. The old man felt quite disappointed. Still, his tone of voice made me a bit uncomfortable. After all, I was only 17 years old right now. After packing up the items for the old man, I slumped down heavily onto the stone block behind me. I really didn't expect it to be this brutal. I couldn't even find time to take a sip of water for hours. I let out a sigh. Although this kind of business guarantees a profit, it really is trading your life for money. Hurry up and count how much we made today. Lindsay showed a little money-loving expression. This girl had been living a very tight life before, so it was her first time witnessing such staggering profits. Compared to what she learned from her textbooks, it was a completely different ballgame. I gave a mysterious smile. Let's count it once we get back. Never flaunt your wealth. It'll be trouble if someone targets us. Lindsay came to a sudden realization, subconsciously glancing at the other night market stalls nearby. With my stall stealing the spotlight, business at those other places was noticeably slower. Only after I completely sold out over here could they finally get a share of the customers. Most importantly, people have a habit of following crowds. When customers saw the massive swarming line at my stall, they were actually more willing to squeeze in here, because any normal person would think to themselves, this place must have something truly extraordinary going for it. Otherwise, why would there be so many people waiting in line? It was a very simple logic, and the brilliant Lindsay understood it instantly. You're still sitting here? My gaze landed on that air-headed beauty. This girl had seriously just sat in front of that small table for the entire night. She didn't make a scene or complain, just looking like she was lost in deep, intense thought. Who knows what on earth was spinning around in her head? It was probably some exceptionally hard-to-fathom question. Since this girl's train of thought was a bit worrisome, it must have been a real struggle for her. Hearing my voice, Chloe Sanders's eyes instantly lit up. She raised her head, and suddenly the cute, air-headed Chloe pointed at Lindsay. Looking completely enlightened, she said, I finally figured it out. She's the other woman. Chloe, this cute ditz, had spent the entire night mulling over this exact question, and now she felt like she had finally cracked it. However, Lindsay and I exchanged a glance, and both of our mouths couldn't help but twitch. So you spent the whole damn night thinking about this. I was almost on the verge of breaking character. At this point, it wasn't even a matter of her IQ anymore, was it? But this cute, air-headed beauty nodded very seriously, admitting it. Now it was my turn to start questioning my entire existence. Even Lindsay couldn't help but lower her voice and ask me, where did you kidnap this child from? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Even with skin thicker than a city wall, my face couldn't help but feel a bit hot at this moment. I could only clear my throat twice and defend myself. I didn't do anything. Besides, what even is a conscience? Can it put food on the table? I even righteously pointed at Lindsay and told this cute, airheaded beauty. Is there any possibility that she's actually the other woman? The cute beauty's mouth parted slightly, looking as if she had been struck by lightning, and her brain went offline once again. This kind of shock, for someone whose brain power was already quite lacking, was simply way too intense. But I was clearly here first. I stared at this dummy Chloe Sanders with a complicated expression, unable to help but complain in my mind. What kind of terrible White Album meme quote is that? What white cigars thing? Nothing. I hurriedly brushed it off. If I remembered correctly, the White Album internet meme hadn't even become popular yet in this era. I could only whisper to this ditz. Actually, you really were here first, and your situations are completely different. You're the one who owes me a debt. Chloe Sanders' eyes were filled with pure, unadulterated stupidity. This girl actually didn't doubt my words at all. When I said she owed me a debt, she just straight up believed it. Out of options, I could only pull Lindsay to the side and whisper, "What should we do? I think my conscience really is starting to hurt a little." Lindsay was completely done with this guy. Could you possibly be any more unreliable? By the way, what are we doing with the barbecue cart? Are we taking it to your place or leaving it here? Lindsay suddenly asked. My expression froze as it finally hit me. No wonder I kept feeling like I had overlooked something. Starting this roadside stall was purely a sudden whim of mine, so I hadn't considered these logistical details at all. Puff, so you seriously didn't think about it at all, huh? Lindsay couldn't help but roll her eyes. I bit my thumbnail, falling into a deep dilemma. Taking it home was definitely out of the question. My parents would absolutely never allow me to do this. I figured as much, but leaving it here makes it hard to guarantee someone won't steal it. Public safety during this era wasn't as good as it would become later. And honestly, even in the future, it was hard to say. After a brief thought, I could only let out a sigh. We can't just leave it out here overnight. How about this? Let me see if I can fool my old man and tell him that someone else left it at our place for safekeeping. Lindsay raised her eyebrows, finding this excuse to be quite flimsy. And right then, without anyone realizing when she got there, the cute beauty standing behind them suddenly spoke up. You can park it in my yard. Holy crap, why do you walk without making any sound? I was flat out startled, unable to hold back a loud yell. An hour later, I stared at the 3-story mega villa in front of me, falling into a profound contemplation. I really should have seen this coming. How could a rich girl's family not own a luxury mansion? Lindsay, standing to the side, didn't have any particularly wild thoughts about Chloe's massive estate. As a woman herself, she could pretty much tell that Sean Carter didn't actually have that kind of romantic interest in Chloe Sanders. But to say there wasn't something fishy between them, she definitely wouldn't buy it. What Lindsay was curious about was, how on earth did Sean Carter manage to get himself entangled with a girl like this in the first place? So she nudged me and asked in a low voice, "How did you manage to reel in such a little sugar mommy?" I gave her a glance with a complicated expression. Me reeling her in? It's more like I reeled you in. Lindsay giggled. Joking, seriously though, since you've bagged their daughter. Her family probably won't accept you very easily given their status. Then my expression became even more bizarre. I said nonchalantly, why would they need to accept me? I'm going to ruin her dad. This time, it was Lindsay's turn for her brain to short circuit. Wait, you've bagged the guy's daughter, and yet you want to ruin her old man? What kind of bizarre plotline is this? You don't get it. I'll tell you about it later, I told Lindsay meaningfully. Lindsay stopped pressing for answers, because she had already guessed there was a major story behind it. Is it really okay to leave all this at your place? Lindsay was still a bit uncertain, asking tentatively, your family won't have any objections? Chloe Sanders froze for a brief second, and then shook her head. I live here completely by myself, so no one will have any objections. For a fleeting split second as she spoke, she actually exuded a bit of that unapproachable, ice-cold goddess vibe she had back at school. Watching her, I drifted off a bit. Perhaps her cold demeanor wasn't an act at all, but rather the result of a total lack of family companionship. At this thought, I looked up once again at this massive 3-story villa. Making a girl live all alone in a place like this must be incredibly lonely. I kind of understood now why this airheaded beauty had just sat there so quietly the entire night, completely motionless. Going home probably wasn't any different from staying out there. At least out there she had me to keep her company. Why does my chest feel a bit tight all of a sudden? I muttered softly to myself, only asking the cute dits for the front gate key. So, Lindsay could come over every afternoon to pick up the barbecue cart and head out to set up the stall first. It actually wouldn't be long before I joined her, because about 2 hours or so after Lindsay opened up, I would head over there as well. Then how do we get back? Lindsay asked in a low voice. I nodded smoothly, but my gaze remained fixed on the cute dits, utterly refusing to look away, because I could feel that the cute dits didn't want them to leave. Let's go. I didn't know how to say goodbye to her, when suddenly, this dummy Chloe Sanders' voice drifted over from behind them. Are you two going to get a hotel room? The sheer shock of her words nearly made the two of them trip over their own feet, but if the cute dits hadn't asked this question, I honestly wouldn't even have thought about it. Oh right, what about you? I looked over at Lindsay. Making Lindsay head back to the city at this hour was clearly unrealistic, and besides, the daily round-trip train fare would also add up to quite a hefty expense. Although the barbecue stall's massive profits could easily cover it, let's just find a cheap motel, Lindsay suggested after a brief thought. I hesitated for a moment, then shook my head. No, those kinds of places aren't very clean, and they aren't safe either. This was a cold, hard fact. 2007 wasn't like a decade later. Shady motels were everywhere back then, making the night highly dangerous for a girl, especially for a gorgeous girl like Lindsay. Then what do we do? Come to my place, I blurted out calmly. Huh? Lindsay was completely startled. Are we already meeting the parents at this stage? I knew full well that Lindsay had completely misread the situation, but I intentionally chose not to correct her. Lindsay followed closely behind me with an incredibly anxious heart. Even though she had accepted this completely bizarre supported arrangement with me, meeting the parents on the very first day felt like things were moving a bit too fast, didn't it? She didn't say a single word the entire way, her mind locked in a state of wild dilemma. It wasn't until we arrived at my house, which was completely pitch black inside, without a single light turned on. Is there no one home? Lindsay asked, sounding rather doubtful. Yeah, my parents don't come home every day. They run a restaurant outside, and by the time they wrap things up every night, it's incredibly late. So sometimes they just stay overnight straight at the restaurant. My explanation brought a sudden wave of realization to Lindsay. No wonder he dared to bring me back to his house. In reality, this was purely a misconception on Lindsay's part. I honestly wasn't afraid at all to tell my parents directly about my relationship with Lindsay. After all, Lindsay was a certified absolute genius, and she was incredibly beautiful to boot. Old man Carter would definitely be grinning from ear to ear with pure joy. Once we were back inside my house, I said, all right, let's see exactly how much cash we brought in today. With that, I dumped out all of today's earnings, dumping it all out onto the coffee table. Looking at the piles of bills, Lindsay couldn't control herself and widened her eyes. Oh my God. So much money. Lindsay covered her mouth. I remained completely deadpan on the surface. But in reality, I was pretty shocked inside too. Was the brick-and-mortar economy in 07 really this crazy? It really was an era where gold was everywhere, counting them bill by bill, and deducting the money spent on restocking ingredients, as well as the food cart. The net profit was $1,872.54. If we calculate it like this, there'll actually be a market for it all the way until October. At $2,000 a day, Lindsay was incredibly excited, but I shook my head. More than that, today is only the first day, and this even includes the initial cost of the food cart. Later on, if we scale up a bit and open for 2 more hours, making an average net profit of $3,000 to $5,000 a day won't be a problem at all. Lindsay completely lost her composure. This kind of income was already 1 or 2 months' salary for most people back then. At first, she was still wondering how much real money a night market barbecue stall could actually make, but now she had completely changed her mind. But seeing that I was still deep in thought about something, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" I nodded silently. This money definitely won't be this easy to make. You must have noticed that we stole business from the other stalls. Those guys will definitely come up with a counter strategy. But isn't your seasoning blend a trade secret? They shouldn't be able to copy it, right? They can't copy it, but that's only for the short term, I said in a solemn tone. Since those people can't compete with us in business, they'll definitely play dirty. This time, Lindsay understood. Public safety back then wasn't as good as it would be in the future. Fights were a common occurrence during this era. What do we do then? Lindsay grew worried. Scared? I asked Lindsay with a wicked smile. Lindsay shook her head firmly. Her tone was completely resolute, not scared. At worst, I'll fight them tooth and nail. If I want to kill someone, Lindsay will hand me the knife. This was absolutely not a joke. The bond between the two of them in our past life was definitely not that simple. Good, as long as you're not scared. Anyway, leave it to me. I gave Lindsay a reassuring promise. After Lindsay and I finished counting tonight's revenue, we headed straight to the noodle shop downstairs. Having hustled the entire night, the two of us were already starving, our stomachs growling fiercely. How could a few skewers possibly be enough to fill our stomachs? In this era, hand-pulled noodle shops were already popping up everywhere. The main thing was that they were cheap and filling. A massive bowl only cost $4. Granted, the meat slices were so thin light could pass right through them, but the chef's knife skills were absolutely incredible, and the noodles were pulled like a piece of art. The two of us buried our heads and devoured it. It tasted so amazing. Hot noodle soup really warms the stomach. I patted my belly, sighing with pure satisfaction. Tomorrow, you can pack a meal to bring over, and grab a bite to eat while working. I discussed it with Lindsay. Lindsay nodded in agreement, getting my hands on it for the first time today. I was indeed a bit frantic, but our grand opening was a huge success, and we really made quite a lot tonight. Remembering something, I reminded her again, oh right. Go over and keep an eye on things tomorrow afternoon. Before I get there, just hold back as much as you can. Don't go head-to-head with those guys. I knew this girl Lindsay all too well. Lindsay looked gentle and easygoing, but she was incredibly stubborn deep down inside. Lindsay ate exceptionally carefully, even savoring the soup sip by sip, unwilling to leave a single drop behind. This was a habit forced out of her by that family. She had rarely eaten a full meal growing up. When she was at the age of growing, she only had 2 meals a day. After entering college, although she could earn some money by working part-time, those vampires always found a way to squeeze the money out of her. Seeing her cautious, careful look like this, my heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife. Although I had arrived quite early this time, making it before she was tortured into severe depression by that family, it was still a little bit too late. After a long silence, I asked tentatively, don't you have anything you want to ask? Lindsay froze for a second, and quickly shook her head. Smart people understand. If you shouldn't ask about something, don't ask. Sometimes playing dumb can actually get you more. I respected her choice, so I didn't say anything more. After returning home, I went to take a shower first. Standing by the grill for a whole night, my whole body smelled of sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. Do you want to wash up too? I asked Lindsay as I walked out of the bathroom. Lindsay looked down at herself, shook her head, and murmured, forget it. I'll just get by. I didn't bring a change of clothes. Only then did it click. Kidnapping her from the city had indeed been a bit rushed. This girl had run off with me just like that without bringing a single thing. Scratching my head, I felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, you can just wear my clothes for now. Your clothes can be washed and dried overnight. Lindsay froze for a second, glancing at me suspiciously. You aren't trying to take advantage of me, are you? I rolled my eyes. Oh, please. If I really wanted to do something to you, would I even need to find an excuse like this? Given our relationship, do you honestly think you could refuse? Lindsay was completely tongue-tied. Thinking about it, it really was the case. In the end, she nodded and went to take a shower. While showering, Lindsay was on edge the entire time, terrified that Sean Carter would suddenly burst in. As it turned out, absolutely nothing happened from beginning to end. Lindsay actually felt a tiny bit disappointed. Jerk, do I really have zero charm? It wasn't that my willpower was exceptionally strong, but rather because everything that should have happened and shouldn't have happened had already been experienced. I was somewhat immune to her allure. Besides, after grinding the entire night, my eyelids were already heavy with sleep. Even if I wanted to do something, my body couldn't handle it. Wearing my clothes, Lindsay appeared a bit restless and uneasy. However, there was no strange odor on the clothes, only the faint scent of laundry detergent. Having just showered, Lindsay's hair was still damp, and a faint blush tinted her cheeks, like a lotus fresh out of water. All right, let's go to sleep. I let out a yawn. I was completely shattered now. Lindsay nodded, and silently followed behind me into the bedroom. I originally wanted her to sleep on the bed, while I made do on the couch, but on second thought, the two of us had seen it all in our past life anyway, so why be so dramatic? Lindsay looked around my bedroom, noting it was kept quite clean and tidy. I also stared blankly at this small room, thinking about it carefully. Since starting my business in my past life, then opening a company in the city, and bringing my parents over. I hadn't returned to this little room for nearly 5 years. Thinking about it brought back quite a bit of nostalgia. The bed wasn't very big, but it was just enough for the two of us to squeeze together. Lindsay didn't show any resistance. Just like Sean said, she was already being supported by him, let alone sleeping in the same bed. Even if something actually happened, so what? She was very clear about her own situation. The two of us lay down back to back. It was hot in the summer, so we each covered our stomachs with a thin blanket. Inside the room, it was so quiet that we could only hear each other's breathing. Who knows how much time passed? Before Lindsay finally spoke up, "What do you need so much money for?" I fell silent. It wasn't that I didn't want to answer, but because the question was too complex, and I didn't know where to begin. What do you need so much money for? Lindsay was obviously not asking on a literal level. What can money do? Spend it, of course. Buy whatever you want, spend it however you want. That was the simplest answer. But what Lindsay wanted to know was why I was so desperately eager for money. In her eyes, I was currently still just a student. Of course, with Lindsay's intelligence, she had definitely figured something out. This girl had probably seen right through me long ago. In this society, you only have confidence if you have money, I said seriously. The me in my past life figured this out way too late. Falling in love at an age when I should have been making money. By the time I woke up, the opportunities had already slipped away. I don't want to make the same mistake in this lifetime. I need that confidence. Lindsay didn't say anything. Who knows what she was thinking? Suddenly, I added, if your family contacts you asking for money, just tell them you don't have a single penny. I actually wanted to tell Lindsay that I was working myself to the bone to make money for her sake too. With money, I would have the confidence to protect the current her. Otherwise, I was just a broke student with no power to do anything. In the darkness, Lindsay's voice softly drifted over. Are you really not planning on doing anything? How could I possibly resist that? Right then and there, I pulled this girl into my arms. Of course, I didn't actually do anything to Lindsay. Just holding her like that. It's boiling hot after being held for a long while. Lindsay mumbled moodily. Hey, complaining about the heat already? I gave a sly laugh and said, I think you want to do something more exciting. Guaranteed to work up a real sweat. Inside the pitch-black room, Lindsay's cheeks were as burning hot as a little furnace. Her words just now were originally meant as a joke, with no idea that I would turn the tables on her instead. Now she was completely at a loss for words. Now she was even more certain to be able to read her mind so perfectly. This punk must have already figured her out completely. The moment she thought about this, Lindsay's face flushed as red as a tomato. Even though she understood everything perfectly, she still couldn't stop her face from burning and her heart from racing. She stopped talking, burying her head right into this punk's chest, exactly like an ostrich. Even though it was insanely hot, she strangely felt exceptionally at peace. This was her very first time experiencing a feeling like this. Probably because running the stall all night had completely exhausted me. I fell asleep like a log not long after pulling her close. Lindsay nudged me a few times but couldn't wake me up, so she could only let it go. The next morning, my school alarm clock jarred me awake. Lindsay in my arms woke up right along with me. Lindsay rubbed her temples, a completely exhausted, over-it look on her face. Ever since entering college, she hadn't woken up this early in a very long time. It wasn't like she had classes every day anyway, so sleeping until she woke up naturally was so much better. I let out a yawn, pulled out a wad of cash, and stuffed it into Lindsay's hand. Go back to sleep, but keep an eye on the time. It's best to slip out before 9,030 because my dad and mom sometimes come back to check on things between 9,030 and 10,000. Lindsay didn't make a sound, just staring at me as I scrambled around. Take this money to buy some breakfast to fill your stomach. Then find somewhere to pass the time. An internet cafe, an arcade, whatever. Just wait for me at my school gates before 11,030. Oh, right. In case my parents come back, make sure you don't make a sound. They generally don't come into this room. Of course, if you really do get caught, just say you're my friend's older sister, who's staying over for a night. Anyway, just wing it and bluff your way through. After saying my piece, I rushed out the door like a whirlwind and dashed towards school, leaving Lindsay lying there all by herself, dazed. I must have completely lost my mind. But being supported by someone actually feels pretty good, Lindsay muttered to herself, spacing out for the longest time. Who knows what she was pondering over. I casually bought a Chinese pork burger on my way, making do to fill my stomach. Right now, I actually had quite a sizable sum of capital on hand. Of course, this was only relative to my current age, so I didn't need to worry about my meals at least. What I needed now was more and more serious capital. After all, the perfect opportunity was right around the corner. Before that 2008 global financial storm, which would sweep across the entire world, arrived, I had to stockpile as much cash as humanly possible, because after the financial crisis, the landscapes of many industries would be completely reshuffled, particularly when it comes to the internet. The market value of those tech giants would drop by more than half. Right after that would come a period of economic recession. During this time, cash would become exceptionally precious. In other words, the purchasing power of cash would reach a quite staggering level. So I had to seize this opportunity, using the least amount of money to get the most done during this period. After all, during the early and middle stages of the financial crisis, making money wouldn't be nearly as easy as it was right now. Don't look down on me for just running a night market. Barbecue stalls represent the most grounded type of consumer spending, which can best reflect the fluctuations of the financial market. Speaking of which, I was actually quite lucky. After all, I was in this city, and this place was always a bit unique. Even back in '07, the average housing prices had already broken 10,000, and the cost of living was ridiculously higher than in many other places. It would become even more so down the road. What did this mean? Very simple. It meant that in this city back in '07, I could extract money much more easily from these basic livelihood industries, and then I could use that cash to fund other ventures. To put it in plain terms, using the money earned from brick-and-mortar industries here to build a business or make investments elsewhere. Of course, that's all down the road. It was a process that required quite a long period of accumulation. Once I arrived at school, I constantly felt like something was off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but if I had to say, it felt like a lot of students were staring at me, and even whispering to one another. Am I really drawing this much attention? I couldn't help but mutter to myself. In my past life, I was indeed pretty famous. That was because I kept publicly confessing my love to Jessica Vance, which was why I made a name for myself. But there's no way I should be this famous, right? What was the deal? What on earth had happened? Could it be that when I confessed to Jessica the day before yesterday, and changed my mind halfway through, it turned into absolute bombshell news? Surely not, right? Utterly bewildered, I walked into the classroom feeling completely uncomfortable. Instantly, every single classmate turned to look straight at me. If I still didn't realize there was a problem by now, then I'd be a complete blockhead. You son of a gun, not bad. My childhood friend Ryan Miller rushed over and gave me 2 playful punches. This was a very common type of horseplay between bros. At this point in time, Ryan and I were still best buds. Since we hadn't fallen out yet, I naturally wouldn't take offense. Sitting down in my own seat, I began organizing my books. I hadn't come to school yesterday. Plus, this was my very first time stepping into the classroom since my rebirth, so it held a bit of a special meaning after all. What on earth is going on between you and the campus beauty, Chloe? Ryan asked me impatiently. Meanwhile, my heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Does Ryan know about that cute airheaded beauty? However, I still kept a completely straight face on the surface. What do you mean? What's going on? Why on earth would the campus beauty Chloe cover for you and request a leave of absence? I was taken aback. How do you know about that? Following Ryan's explanation, I finally figured it out. So that cute ditz had actually run off to find Mr. Davis. And right in front of so many classmates to boot. I really should have seen this coming. I couldn't help but facepalm. With that airheaded beauty being so completely careless and slow, a move like this was bound to be highly unreliable. But I still defended myself out loud. I just asked her to request a leave of absence for me, that's all. What's all the fuss about? But what I met was Ryan's incredibly complicated expression. My heart couldn't help but tighten. Wait, why does it feel like it's not just this one thing? The conversation between Ryan and me hadn't actually been kept in an intentionally lowered voice, so it drew the curious gazes of quite a few classmates, and that included Jessica Vance. She had also just walked in the door. Jessica's seat was diagonally across from mine. According to the rumors, you and the top campus beauty Chloe walked out of a love motel together. Is that true or fake? Ryan asked gossipingly. My heart shook violently. No way, someone actually saw that? Now I finally understood. No wonder so many people were staring at me along the way. It turns out I've really become famous. With Ryan yelling like that, the entire classroom instantly fell dead silent. Jessica also whipped her head around sharply, her eyes staring straight at me, as if trying to find some sort of clue from my face. As for me, I was exceptionally calm. Raising an eyebrow slightly, my expression was deadpan, without the slightest ripple. I pushed Ryan to the side. "Hey kid, stay out of grown-up business." Shh. Ryan knew the truth perfectly well in his heart, but he also knew that admitting this kind of thing would be trouble, and denying it would be trouble too. He planned to nag me about it in private later, to see if he could fish anything out. Seeing that I didn't take the bait, the classmates didn't press any further. But everyone had a pretty clear judgment in their hearts. This guy is most likely really involved with the campus beauty Chloe. That's the top campus beauty Chloe. She had never had any rumors about her before. Yet she requested a leave of absence for a guy? It was completely unthinkable. As for the matter of her walking out of a hotel with me, some people believed it, while others doubted it, but it was definitely not entirely baseless. The students in the classroom were chatting and buzzing away. Some even pulled out playing cards to play poker. I was the only one, quietly writing something down on a piece of paper, taking advantage of just being reborn. While those past memories were still crystal clear, I had to quickly write down that key information about the future. Record it all. Otherwise, if these memories get jumbled up one day, then I'd be completely screwed. The memories after rebirth were like a puzzle, directly embedded into my brain. But the side effect was also quite obvious. My head felt incredibly heavy, and I constantly wanted to sleep. The gel pen scratched smoothly against the paper. Accustomed to typing on a keyboard, I felt my wrist aching like crazy after writing by hand for just a short while. Very soon, I wrote down those future major trend opportunities, as well as big events related to the global landscape. I recorded all of them. Anything I could remember, I dumped it all down in writing. Whether they would be useful or not was one thing, but what if they came in handy later? I kept writing like this for over 2 hours, and no one came to bother me. This careful consideration wouldn't have mattered ordinarily, but looking over it gave me quite a shock. In just a short 10 years, the changes were like riding a rocket. It was absolutely mind-boggling. Taking a deep breath, I carefully folded this piece of paper and stuffed it into my pants pocket. This is an absolute treasure. Leaking even a single item at random could completely stir up a massive storm. I have to keep a close eye on it. The reason I had to write it out was primarily because human memory is a highly unreliable thing. For example, many things from my childhood I could only remember vaguely now. I didn't dare gamble on whether I would still remember a few years from now, especially after the memories of 2 lifetimes get mixed together. A lot of things could easily go wrong, and this slip of paper would serve as a reference point for me to catch any deviations in time. Furthermore, my identity as a reborn time traveler had to be kept completely hidden away. Otherwise, it could easily bring about a fatal disaster. Aside from Lindsay, I absolutely cannot let a third person find out. As for Lindsay, there was nothing I could do about that. Her brain was just too sharp, but luckily she was one of us, and completely trustworthy. Regarding the rumors of Chloe and me walking out of a hotel? Oh wait, they weren't rumors. Anyway, it had already spread across the entire school. Knowing the actual truth, I truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now this is going to be trouble. Sure enough, my homeroom teacher, Mr. Davis, came knocking. I was called into his office, my heart doing absolute flips. Was it because of that silly girl, or because I skipped class yesterday? So tell me, what exactly is going on between you and Chloe Sanders? Mr. Davis pushed up his glasses, a kindly smile plastered on his face. The physics teacher in his 50s had a bit of an old schoolmaster vibe about him, but he was usually exceptionally entertaining, frequently telling jokes that kept the students laughing out loud. So Mr. Davis was highly popular among the students, and tended to turn a blind eye to a lot of things. This time, though, the impact was probably just too massive, which was why he called me in to have a chat. Knowing I was in the wrong, I just said, "Well, there's no unique situation. You know how it is when you're young and full of youth." Mr. Davis was completely floored by me. He just admitted it open and proud like that. "Did you and Chloe Sanders really walk out of a hotel together?" Mr. Davis lowered his voice, fishing for gossip. There were no other teachers in the office right now, but his sneaky behavior was actually quite amusing. so I could only steel myself and defend no such thing. Some classmate probably just saw wrong. Or maybe we just happened to pass by the hotel gates. Even if it was the cold truth, I couldn't admit it. Although it wouldn't be a huge deal even if I did. Mr. Davis couldn't tell if this kid was lying or telling the truth, but the explanation was plausible enough. He actually didn't intend to probe deeply into this issue either. After all, there was zero concrete evidence, so he was just checking on the situation to go through the motions. Let's leave it at that then. But pay attention. Certain things shouldn't be done before the time is right. Understand? Got it. I nodded like a woodpecker. So are you and Chloe Sanders dating? Mr. Davis still added a gossipy line. Not exactly, I guess. I hesitated. Mr. Davis was caught between tears and laughter. If you are, you are. If you aren't, you aren't. Why sound so unsure? Whatever, it's normal at your age anyway. Just don't do anything reckless. I can't control you kids. Walking out of Mr. Davis's office, I let out a sigh of relief. I have to be more careful next time, and avoid getting caught by anyone again. Why on earth am I thinking about it next time? I'm confusing myself. Not being given a hard time by Mr. Davis was actually related to my excellent grades too. Though my scores weren't the absolute top, they were pretty close to it. Teachers generally have a much higher tolerance for top students. Heading to the restroom to take care of business, I walked back toward the classroom, only to witness a highly bizarre scene right outside. A certain silly girl, despite her completely aloof face, was sneakily peeking into our classroom over and over. This scene was naturally discovered by the classmates inside too, but no one dared approach her. She was Chloe Sanders after all, the aloof campus beauty. In the eyes of many, she was the absolute embodiment of coldness. Incredibly unapproachable. Speechless in broad daylight. I marched over and dragged her away. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, looking entirely shocked. It looks like there really is something fishy between the campus beauty and Sean Carter. I dragged her to the stairwell corner, which counted as a great hidden spot. Quite a few young couples hid here to display affection. What on earth are you doing? Why aren't you staying in your own classroom instead of running over to mine? I asked her. Flustered and murmuring, the silly girl whispered, "Lunch." I thought I had misheard. Lunch? What lunch at this hour? It's noon. Wait, freezing for a second. I got it. You want to grab lunch together with me at noon? The silly girl nodded vigorously. This gave me the distinct feeling that I had bullied a little idiot, only for her to end up completely clinging to me. Talk about an unexpected twist. An inexplicable wave of pure guilt completely overflowed. All right then, you come. Oh wait, let's meet at the school gates instead. I corrected myself, because it hit me that Lindsay was still out there. After soothing her, only then did I return to the classroom. But the moment I walked in, I became the center of attention for the entire class again. It couldn't be helped, in other people's eyes. I was the guy who had managed to bag the top campus beauty. It was hard to lay low even if I wanted to. This time, no one was gossiping anymore. Because the facts were right in front of them, although some people still didn't believe it or were even resentful. Like, on what grounds? Why did this guy get to bag a total catch like the campus beauty Chloe? But they only thought it in their heads and didn't say it out loud. Returning to my seat, Ryan slinked over again with a sly grin. Winking at me with a knowing look, he urged, "Spill it, quick. Let's see how you defend yourself now. The campus beauty Chloe came looking for you in person. How did you pull that off?" Before I could even open my mouth, an uninvited guest arrived. Jessica Vance stood in front of my desk with a deeply conflicted expression, seeming to want to ask something. Seeing this, Ryan shut his mouth and slipped away. He definitely didn't want to get dragged into this. After all, having been with her for over a decade in my past life, I naturally knew exactly what kind of temper Jessica had. She was a bit conceited and proud. Having her confession rejected by me at a critical moment, this matter wouldn't be turned over so easily. The silly girl's appearance had unintentionally accelerated this process. You and Chloe Sanders. Jessica bit her lower lip, seemingly struggling with how to put it into words. In this lifetime, I didn't want to have any more entanglements with Jessica. After all, knowing full well it was a flawed relationship, I didn't want to experience even a single bit of it again. Furthermore, from here on out, I didn't have any spare energy at all to waste on an insignificant person like her. So, ripping off the Band-Aid, I nodded directly. Yeah, it's exactly what you think. Jessica felt like she had been struck by lightning, freezing right where she stood. But, wasn't the person you always liked me? Her tone was filled with utter disbelief. Who knows if she was spiraling into total confusion. When did you and her even... Already growing a bit impatient, I cut her off. That has nothing to do with you. I did like you before, but I've figured things out. You and I are truly not right for each other. Isn't that what you meant anyway? So I decided to give up. Yeah, Chloe Sanders is a better fit for me. I almost blurted out the words, silly girl. Fortunately, my reflexes were fast. Tears shimmered in Jessica's eyes, her face looking like she was right on the verge of crying. In our past life, she looked exactly like this whenever we had a conflict. At first, my heart would ache for her. But over time, I grew completely used to it, so there wasn't a single ripple in my heart. This is exactly what happens once you stop loving someone. Seeing that I truly had zero reaction to her, Jessica felt even more miserable inside. We were clearly just one step away. If you had just confessed one more time, I would have said yes to you. But how could you? I regretted. Jessica bit her lip, looking like she had completely made up her mind. Can you please give me another chance? But I just shook my head. No need. I've already made up my mind. And I don't feel anything for you anymore. Besides, Chloe is better than you in every single way. I really have absolutely no reason to look back. Lies don't hurt. The truth is, the real sharp blade. The most direct way to reject someone is to tell them that someone else is better than you. Why on earth should I choose you? Jessica couldn't hold it in anymore, turning away and slumping over her desk to cry. I just watched quietly like that, my heart having long since gone numb. Scenes like this had played out countless times in our past life. This is probably what happens when two incompatible people force themselves together. That's just how it goes. If you asked whether I held any resentment toward her, I'd say I didn't. Because Jessica hadn't actually done anything too egregious, and I hadn't been acting like a total simp, chasing after her either. She was just an ordinary girl with a bit of a temper. After graduation, she wanted to lead an ideal life in Shanghai, but the economy was developing way too fast. No matter how hard she grinds, the money she earned could never catch up to the skyrocketing housing prices. I realized we couldn't go on wasting our time like this, so I started my business. At first, Jessica was supportive, because her family's requirement for a guy was that he must own a house and a car in Shanghai. The early investments for a startup were like a total bottomless pit. My savings from work, plus the financial support Old Man Carter provided, were all thrown into it. For a period of time, my life was exceptionally tight, where even putting food on the table became a problem, because she couldn't see any hope. The friction between us grew deeper and deeper, and arguments became more and more frequent. Pain was probably the deepest impression our relationship left on me. During my toughest period, Jessica's job in Shanghai also ran into issues. During that time, I was working myself into the ground, and our financial situations, as well as our relationship status, both reached their absolute worst point. And it was precisely at that time that Jessica moved back to her hometown. She found a job in her hometown, and afterward, I took some time out to visit her in her hometown a few times. But every single visit was quite unpleasant. Jessica wanted me to give up on my business, while her family demanded that my parents take out a loan to buy a marital home in Shanghai. Otherwise, they wouldn't agree to let us marry. But in reality, by that time, our relationship was already right on the edge of a cliff. Recalling every little detail of my past life, I honestly couldn't find a single thing that could make me feel happy. In any of those moments, a complete, absolute mess. That was the reality of my relationship with Jessica. When I actually think about it carefully, ever since I started my business, the one running around everywhere with me was Lindsay. Lindsay was also the one constantly taking on a lot of the dirty and grueling work. Just like right now, Lindsay could completely ignore her image behind me to help me push the barbecue cart. But Jessica would absolutely never be like Lindsay, lowering herself to do those kinds of things. She felt that since she was a girl, she had her pride as a girl to maintain. The personality difference between the two of them was truly massive. Lindsay was pretty much the woman who truly shared both my joys and sorrows. Living this life over again, if I absolutely had to choose, I would choose to be with Lindsay without a single shred of hesitation, because she is completely worth it. Of course, none of this was something the current Jessica could understand. After all, she was still just a schoolgirl who hadn't experienced the brutal beatdowns of society. Sean, aren't you going to go comfort her? Ryan, asked, lowering his voice with a bit of a conflicted look. No need, I replied. The current me has already woken up to reality. A one-sided love where only one person gives yields 0 results. That was exactly the relationship between Jessica and me in my past life. I was putting in all the effort single-handedly for our future, while Jessica was just waiting around to enjoy the fruits of my labor. And afterward, she wasn't able to wait around for the future I was building for her. I couldn't help but feel a bit self-deprecating. Looking back at my past life, between Jessica and me, there didn't seem to be a single memory worth savoring. Our entire history could be summarized in just a few short sentences, and that was the most tragic part of it. During the following 2 hours, Jessica didn't come to bother me ever again. Instead, my classmates would steal glances at me from time to time. A lot of people were well aware of the history between the two of us, but now, as one of the main parties involved, I was stepping out of the game, and the key part was that right after stepping out, this guy turned right around and bagged the top campus beauty. Where on earth was the logic in that? So, even though this bunch of people in the class looked like they were just enjoying the drama right now, in reality, some of them had long since been gnashing their teeth in pure envy. The reason was very simple. Although Jessica couldn't compare to that silly girl Chloe, her looks were still definitely top tier after all. Before this, I had always been the one pursuing Jessica, which was why the other guys didn't have the nerve to step in. But now, you've completely taken the top campus beauty for yourself, so shouldn't it finally be our turn with Jessica? Right now, a lot of people already felt like they had a chance, getting all eager to make a move, but none of that had anything to do with me anymore. In this lifetime, I only wanted to stay far away from this woman, who had left nothing but pain in my memories from my past life. As the 11,030 bell rang, the students swarmed out, looking exactly like a pack of starving wolves that hadn't eaten in 3 days. Sean, let's go. Time for lunch. Ryan came to ask me out for a meal as usual. But this time, he got rejected. I've got things to handle recently and already have plans. Let's talk about it after I'm done with this busy period. After saying that, I slipped away, leaving Ryan scratching his head where he stood. He muttered to himself, already has plans? There was one other person who also kept their eyes on my departing figure, and that was Jessica Vance. Most likely, it was the words I said to her, plus that completely resolute back of mine, that made Jessica completely lose her appetite. I jaunted all the way and quickly arrived at the school gates. Sure enough, I spotted Lindsay from a distance, along with the silly girl right next to her. Although I hadn't told Chloe that Lindsay would be coming too, they really did end up meeting, just as expected. I didn't say much either, just waving my hand at the two of them. As they walked together, they drew the wandering eyes of passers-by. The rate of heads turning was insanely high. After all, seeing two beautiful women together was quite a feast for the eyes. When it came to their looks, they were completely on par, representing entirely different types of beauties. One felt like a mature older woman, while the other gave off the vibe of a youthful freshman schoolgirl. However, this silly girl was no small thing. Who knows if her wealthy background led to overnutrition, but she actually looked quite tall. A pure and tall 5'7", of course, that 170 meant her height, not her weight. But the more it was like this, the more it gave off a highly airheaded feeling, a total tall ditz vibe. With the three of us walking together, she was the only one who felt completely out of place, looking highly abrupt. Since I was just starting out financially right now, I couldn't afford to squander cash when it came to eating. Although the taste of the food in the school cafeteria was just average, it was truly incredibly cheap. I ordered 3 portions of rice with toppings, and the three of us found a spot by the window and started eating. Lindsay tacitly chose not to ask why Chloe Sanders was here too. The silly girl didn't think about these things either, as her brain capacity simply wasn't enough to support her thinking about things that were too complex. It's just that as we kept eating, I constantly felt like something was off. Wait, why are all these people staring straight at us? I was completely speechless. Don't these two just look a bit better than average? Is it really necessary? Why does everyone look like they've never seen a woman before? Right now, the three of us were being treated entirely like rare animals. Students passing by would all stop to steal a few glances, and some even whispered softly to the people next to them. What exactly caused this situation? It was still the rumors about Chloe and me. Someone had witnessed us walking out of the hotel together, and now that the two of us were eating lunch together, it naturally pretty much confirmed the rumors. This naturally drew quite a crowd of onlookers. Of course, Lindsay's presence added a bit of a mysterious color to these rumors. The students watching were all curious about who Lindsay was, and why she would be eating lunch together with them. And because Lindsay's looks didn't lose out to Chloe's at all, it led many people to speculate whether Lindsay was Chloe's older sister or something. After all, I had already taken the top campus beauty into a hotel, so it wouldn't be surprising if Chloe's family came knocking on my door. Hurriedly finishing this meal, the three of us fled out of the school gates like refugees. Only then did I take a deep breath, and here I was trying to save a bit of money on food. It looks like we'll have to eat out in the future. Lindsay followed along by my side, giggling. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be insanely thick-skinned? Giving up already? I rolled my eyes at her. Being thick-skinned doesn't mean I can handle being gawked at like a monkey. Didn't you see those guys? Their eyes were practically shooting fire. You're hogging two beautiful women all to yourself. So of course people are going to be green with envy. Lindsay smirked and said, if hitting people weren't illegal, you would have been beaten to death long ago. I felt like she was completely right. A lot of people were targeting us precisely because of these two. Beautiful women count as a resource too, which everyone wants to possess. I had already won over this silly girl Chloe. That alone was already pushing things to the limit, and now there was another one following right by my side. Someone is bound to be upset. Even though Lindsay clearly didn't look like their peer, and those people didn't know the nature of her relationship with me, those people didn't care about any of that. Alright, let's go. Taking advantage of the noon hour, I needed to handle some business. I didn't feel like dwelling on this either, intending to leave with Lindsay, but after walking a few steps, I found that a certain silly girl was still silently following behind, not making a single sound. Instantly, I had a bit of a headache. Lindsay naturally noticed this as well, asking tentatively, Chloe, do you want to join us? Chloe nodded vigorously. I scratched my hair, and only then made up my mind. Alright, you can follow along, but don't wander off. It'll be a huge pain if you get lost. I wasn't worried about this girl saying the wrong thing at least. After all, in other people's eyes, Chloe was the definition of an aloof campus beauty synonymous with being taciturn. Seeing me hail a cab directly surprised Lindsay quite a bit. You were just trying to save money on lunch, yet you aren't saving on the taxi fare. Save where you can, spend where you must, like riding a bicycle into a luxury lounge. Right now, time is our most precious resource. Eating anything is pretty much the same, but taking a cab can save us time. My warped logic left Lindsay stunned. But thinking about it carefully, she found it made a lot of sense. Yet the point she was curious about was, why are you in such a rush? Even if you want to make money, there's no need to rush over a day or two, right? I was tongue-tied, not knowing how to explain it. If nothing else, it really did come down to a matter of a day or two. In this current era, as long as a few hundred or a few $1,000 are handled properly, in the future, it could translate to 100-fold or even 1,000-fold rate of return. At the docks, I dragged Lindsay and Chloe over, leaving both of them completely bewildered. Why did we run all the way out here? Lindsay truly couldn't figure out what on earth was in my head. Yesterday we were still running a barbecue stall, and next thing she knows, we're diving into the docks. I didn't pay attention to her, scanning around the area. I finally found my target. Sir, hold on a second. Can you sell some of your oysters on the side? I stopped a shirtless old man. This old man was currently moving crates of seafood out of a container. I was just trying my luck. The variety inside these kinds of imported cargo containers was generally quite complete. Back in '07, domestic oyster farming hadn't taken off yet, so the prices were insanely high, and the quality was just average. Being stopped by me, the old man was also quite surprised. Oysters? You mean that stuff? I looked in the direction his finger was pointing, where rows of freezer crates were labeled with OSA. I recognized them at a single glance. This was exactly the cargo. Looking at the label, it seemed to have come from New Zealand. At this time, there weren't many people eating this stuff domestically, and foreigners didn't touch it much either, so the import price was exceptionally cheap. Of course, this was the price straight out of customs. Once it actually reached the seafood market, the price would be a completely different story. This was exactly why I ran straight to the docks to cut them off, at the source, just to secure the goods at the absolute lowest price. You'll have to ask our boss about that. The old man was just a loader, and couldn't make the call, so I asked him where their boss's office was, marching straight over to find the guy in charge of the containers. The boss was a man with a small mustache, looking to be in his 40s, and he was quite surprised to see me, but he didn't show anything outward. After all, young people hustling for business weren't uncommon during this era. 2007 wasn't like the future where college students flooded every street. Plenty of people go straight to earning a living to support their families right after high school graduation. Oysters? The mustached boss rubbed his chin with a look of confusion. Nobody really wants that stuff, do they? They're usually supplied to wholesale markets and big restaurants. Yeah, that's why I wanted to try something different. Do you think you could let me have some? I put on a completely honest and naive act. Lindsay just stood quietly by my side, not saying a single word. She hadn't really seen this kind of scene before, so she could only watch and learn. The mustached guy took the cigarette I handed him. Seeing it was a premium brand, he froze for a second. Now, the way he looked at me completely changed. Not many young kids could afford to smoke this stuff. After mulling it over for a bit, he finally made up his mind. Strictly speaking, it's not allowed. Everything is accounted for in the books. But if you don't want a huge amount, it's not completely out of the question. I felt a surge of joy inside, but remained completely deadpan on the surface. How much can you let go of? Tell you what, I'll take you over to have a look. These things come in all kinds of price ranges. The mustached guy led me over toward the docks. The cheapest ones are over there. Further down that way are the expensive ones. The cheap ones are 50 pounds a crate, with about 300 to 400 pieces. They're just the smallest size. These were the absolute largest freezer crates, and direct first-hand goods. I quickly said, I'll take these, just to test the waters first. I'll take 3 crates for now. If they sell well, I'll need 3 crates every single day from now on. The mustached guy didn't expect me to be so straightforward. He nodded and lowered his voice. All right. But don't go talking about this outside, understand? I instantly caught his meaning. Obviously, the mustache guy planned to pocket the money for these few crates of oysters himself. This kind of thing happens in every industry. Since I was the one buying on the sly, I naturally wouldn't mouth off. Anyway, I didn't plan on relying on this to make a living forever. I'd just sell it for as many days as I could. Since it was an under-the-table deal, I only spent $200. This price couldn't really be called dirt cheap, since the quantity I was buying was so small. Sir, I also have a small favor to ask. I gave a couple dry laughs. Without even looking up, the mustache guy said nonchalantly, Go ahead, what is it? We don't have any refrigeration equipment, so could you do me a favor? Can you deliver them with some ice to this address every afternoon? I handed the slip of paper containing the airheaded beauties. Address over to the mustached guy. He took it and looked at it, looking a bit hesitant. But after a moment's thought, he still agreed. Tell you what, give me an extra $20, and I'll drive them over to you in my own car every afternoon. The mustached guy had his own calculations. If I came over every day, in case someone saw and reported him, he would definitely face disciplinary action. Not only would his pay be docked, but he'd lose this extra income and might even end up losing his job entirely. So my request allowed him to minimize his risks while making a bit of extra gas money. I had no objections. Nodding, all right, then we'll head out first. Walking out of the docks, Lindsay finally asked me, How are you planning to sell that stuff? I gave a mysterious smile. We'll grill them. I'll teach you tonight. $2 a piece, with over 1,000 pieces. Just calculate the profit. Lindsay's eyes lit up, but she was still a bit skeptical. But I haven't really seen many people eat them. Can we really sell them? I didn't tell Lindsay my plan. Oysters were indeed a tough sell back in '07, but that was only because everyone hadn't discovered the business opportunity in them yet. You have to understand, in this country, no matter what it is, as long as you slap the word aphrodisiac on it, the sales are absolutely guaranteed to skyrocket. Anyway, just wait to receive the delivery this afternoon. It won't be hard to push the cart over together once the goods arrive, right? The corners of my mouth curled up, in reality, making Lindsay's slender, fragile frame push the barbecue cart all by herself, made my heart ache for her. But during this critical period, there was no other choice. It's safe to say there is no reward without sacrifice. In this lifetime, I will give all the absolute best things to Lindsay. Lindsay wasn't that high maintenance. Immediately agreeing, what's a little hard work? This is way easier than when I was working part-time jobs. And it pays so much more money. After saying that, I took the 2 girls along, and went back to yesterday's wholesale market to buy the rest of our barbecue ingredients. The stocking quantity this time was determined based on yesterday's sales performance. Even if we couldn't sell it all, there was nothing to fear. Because the airheaded beauty had a refrigerator at her house. Since the amount wasn't huge, we could completely stockpile it. This is the ratio for the chili powder, mix it yourself. I handed over the exact formula and ratios to Lindsay without reservation. Lindsay teased, "Aren't you afraid I'll take your recipe and set up my own shop?" I froze, then laughed. "Not afraid. You're my woman." Lindsay pouted her lips. "How on earth am I your woman?" "I never agreed to that. It's my unilateral decision, and you don't have the right to refuse." How overbearing. Although she complained out loud, Lindsay inexplicably felt a profound, overwhelming sense of security in her heart. The two of them had completely forgotten that right behind them, there was still an airheaded beauty silently tagging along. Right around then, I felt someone gently tugging on the hem of my shirt. Both of us turned around out of curiosity and saw a certain airheaded beauty looking up at me with a completely pitiful expression. Lindsay and I both fell dead silent. This airheaded beauty, Chloe Sanders, gave off a vibe that felt exactly like a puppy abandoned by its owner. She looked incredibly pitiful. "Oh, I almost completely forgot about you." I felt a bit embarrassed myself, but still asked her, "Are you still coming tonight?" Then I saw Chloe Sanders nod frantically, doing it incredibly fast. Lindsay gazed at Chloe Sanders meaningfully, a distinctly unusual look flashing through her eyes. We brought all the frozen goods and fresh vegetables, purchased from the wholesale market, straight into Chloe Sanders' refrigerator, inside her home. This dummy had absolutely zero guard up against us, just handing her house keys straight over to Lindsay. I scratched my head, a conflicted look on my face. I wanted to lecture this idiot a bit, but didn't quite know how to put it into words. In the end, Lindsay stepped up, pulling the girl over to advise her, "Don't be so quick to trust others in the future, okay? We might not harm you, but you can't say the same about other people." The airheaded beauty gave a blank, robotic hum. Who knows if she actually processed Lindsay's advice? I shook my head helplessly and didn't say anything more. "Anyway, I'll leave things to you this afternoon." I let out a sigh, actually feeling quite terrible inside. "Making you do all this grueling grunt work. I'm really sorry to put you through this." I felt incredibly guilty about it. However, Lindsay didn't think much of it. Flashing a smile, she joked self-deprecatingly, "Anyway, I can't really help out with anything else. So doing this is perfect." Hearing her self-deprecation, I stared at her with burning eyes, countering, "Don't talk like that. You just haven't found the right stage yet. Your true battlefield isn't here." Lindsay paused momentarily at my words. This young guy really understood her better than she understood herself. And that was completely the case. I indeed understood the current Lindsay better than she knew herself. You have to realize that in my past life, Lindsay's true talent and capability only gradually came to light after we started our business. It wasn't very obvious at the very beginning, but as the company grew larger and larger, it was precisely then that I finally realized Lindsay was most likely an absolute top-tier genius. On a random occasion, I had taken Lindsay to test her IQ, and only then did I find out that she actually possessed an off-the-charts IQ of 163. A brilliant beauty like Lindsay was built strictly for high-stakes games. In brick-and-mortar operations like the one we had right now, which basically relied entirely on manual labor and social schmoozing, it wasn't nearly enough to let Lindsay unleash her full potential. Of course, even so, Lindsay still displayed her extraordinary learning talent from time to time. Take last night's mastery over the grill's heat, for instance. Back then, I had no idea how many skewers I ruined, before barely managing to reach a level where I could open a street stall. But what about Lindsay? She just watched from the side. Even with my explanations, it shouldn't have been possible to pick it up that quickly. It had only been one night, and she could already barely take over for me. It was simply ridiculous. And then there was her memory. The ratio for the chili powder, the accounts for the purchases, and the phone number of that dock boss. This girl didn't even need to write them down. She just directly memorized them in her head. She could even do mental math. She was practically a human calculator. However, I didn't tell Lindsay exactly how amazing she was. After all, now was not the time. I needed to guide Lindsay slowly, letting Lindsay completely enter the battlefield that suited her. As for whether Lindsay would leave me one day, or betray me, I just laughed it off. That possibility simply didn't exist. Lindsay was different. What was between us was more like a mutual salvation. The three of us, at the airheaded beauty's house, skewered quite a few meat sticks and vegetables together. It was just to prepare ahead of schedule for the night. But Chloe was a bit clumsy after all. She actually pricked her hand with a skewer. Beads of blood popped out from the wound. Her eyes were welling up with tears, looking like she wanted to cry but was forcing herself to hold it in. This scene made both Lindsay and me feel a bit sympathetic. Especially me. I couldn't stand seeing this, so I quickly looked for tissues to stop the bleeding for her. Are there any band-aids in the house? Where are they? The airheaded beauty sniffled, pointing at a box on the bookshelf. Catching the hint, Lindsay quickly went over. Sure enough, she found the band-aids, but the unexpected thing was that it was an entire crate of them. Does your family run a band-aid factory or something? Why do you have so many? I was flat out shocked. I used to get hurt a lot. The airheaded beauty murmured softly, looking completely aggrieved. I was tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. After stopping the bleeding, I used a band-aid to wrap the wound nicely for her. You'd better stop working on this. Go sit on the side for now. I could only say that. The two of them watched Chloe sit to the side, staring at her band-aid wrapped finger while still sniffling through her nose. She still had that look of wanting to cry but forcing herself to hold it in, as if it were incredibly painful. But was it really that painful? Neither of them was sure anymore. If you want to cry, just cry it out. Holding it in isn't good, I said tentatively. Lindsay nodded along, looking at Chloe like this. She also felt quite bad in her heart. But what the airheaded beauty said next made both of our gazes turn ice cold. But Auntie said, I'm not allowed to cry, otherwise she'll beat me. Regarding the matters of the airheaded beauty's family, I didn't keep them from Lindsay. For instance, the stepmother who caused the death of Chloe's biological mom, and the information revealed by the airheaded beauty's words, had already made some things clear. That's right. Auntie was the airheaded beauty's stepmother, Beatrice Sanders. Clearly, over these past years, Beatrice had targeted the airheaded beauty's crying, and repeatedly suppressed it, even forbidding her from crying. Growing up in such an environment, a little girl's personality would naturally become timid and subservient, timid and deeply insecure. I began to understand where this airheaded beauty's social anxiety actually came from. It was completely the psychological wreckage left by that vicious woman. Before my rebirth, the airheaded beauty's most bitter curse toward Beatrice seemed very reasonable now. And this was just one small instance, when even crying wasn't permitted. It was hard to imagine what even worse things Beatrice had done to the airheaded beauty. At this thought, both Lindsay's and my hearts felt heavy, especially Lindsay, who could completely empathize. In fact, the experiences of these two girls were somewhat similar, except one was the abuse from a stepmother, and the other was the cold indifference from adoptive parents. But no matter what, neither of them had ever received the familial affection they deserved. Suppressing the rage in my heart, I made a silent vow. One day, I will make both of those families pay the price. Fortunately, they have me now. Linz, let's go. I'll take you somewhere. I glanced at the time, and figuring it was about right, I said to Lindsay, where to? Lindsay asked in confusion. To find you a few bodyguards. Along the way, this silly girl Chloe hung on to Lindsay like a koala, refusing to let go, which exhausted Lindsay quite a bit. Mainly because when we were at her house, Lindsay and I just let this girl cry her eyes out. This silly girl had held it in way too hard over the years. She needed to have a good venting session. As a result, after this girl felt great from crying while hugging Lindsay, now her entire being was like superglue, stuck right onto Lindsay's body. Why do I get an indescribable feeling about this? My expression turned bizarre. What kind of feeling? Lindsay patted Chloe, who was hanging onto her body, and asked in confusion. Well, I hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke up. It feels like the two of us suddenly have such a big daughter. Lindsay's expression instantly froze. In that split second, she actually felt that it really was the case. As for Chloe, this silly girl, she didn't think about it in this way at all. Where exactly are we going? What? Seeing me leading them into a sparsely populated small alleyway, Lindsay felt a bit nervous in her heart. Just follow me. You'll understand in a bit. I led the way in front with a calm face. Actually, I couldn't guarantee that I would run into that person here. I was just here to try my luck. I just remembered that during these years, he should still be hanging around this area. The further we walked inside, the more we saw a few punks dressed like emo rockers, and I knew what was what. It should be right here, no doubt about it. Lindsay subconsciously grabbed the hem of my shirt tightly. After all, any normal girl encountering this kind of situation would get nervous. My expression remained completely normal as usual, and looking at a few of them, I spoke up and asked, "Is Spike here?" Those few punks probably didn't expect that I would actively strike up a conversation with them. Freezing for a second, they still pointed inside. "He's in the back," I nodded, and continued walking further inside with the two girls. Those few punks watched us, just swaggering right in like that. Exchanging bewildered glances, they said, "Spike's friend? Who knows? But those two chicks are seriously good looking. Right? Tell me about it." The three of us continued going deeper inside. We ran into quite a few thugs along the way, but nobody blocked our path. In the eyes of this bunch of people, generally, anyone who could find their way in here must have some official business. After all, they were all scum at the bottom of society, and regular people avoided them like the plague. So who would look for trouble by coming to provoke them? The reason I would find my way in here naturally involved my own calculations. Walking to the deepest part of the alleyway, I finally saw the person I was looking for. Spike. I called him Spike directly. Marcus Miller obviously froze for a second. "Is Spike something you get to call me?" "Call him Boss Marcus." Before Marcus could speak, one of his lackeys jumped out to protect his master. Only after this guy finished protecting his master, his lecherous gaze drifted onto Lindsay and Chloe. This guy hit on the two of them with a slimy tone. "Whoa, little sisters, you look seriously gorgeous. How about hanging out with us brothers?" My brows furrowed, and not bothered to waste words. I suddenly grabbed a handful of this guy's already thinning hair, and without a word, slammed him viciously against the wall. The entire process was lightning fast, let alone Marcus. Even Lindsay and Chloe hadn't snapped out of it yet. "No, seriously, you actually dare to act this arrogant on someone else's turf?" Marcus also hadn't expected that this kid before his eyes, who still looked like a student, would actually strike this ruthlessly. I held down this thug's head firmly, slamming it several times before letting go. This guy was slammed until his head was covered in blood, looking quite terrifying. But actually it wasn't a huge deal. Although my moves looked ruthless and loud, I didn't actually use that much force. All I wanted was to intimidate this crowd. They aren't women a piece of trash like you can hit on, understand? After speaking, I turned my gaze toward Marcus. "I have real business with you." Marcus's face darkened. His tone was highly unfriendly. "Kid, you barge onto my turf and beat up my guy. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? You need to give me an explanation for this. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today." I looked him dead in the eye. "An explanation? I don't have one. Like I said, I'm here on real business." Marcus hesitated for a brief moment, but still nodded. "Fine. Let's hear your business. If you can't give me a proper account, don't even think about leaving today." By now, Lindsay and Chloe were already completely stunned. Before coming, I said I wanted to find a few bodyguards, but who could have guessed I'd come to a place like this? "From now on, you're all working for me," I said calmly, uttering words that left everyone completely dumbfounded. Marcus burst out laughing on the spot. He subconsciously pointed at himself. "You want me to work for you?" I nodded very seriously, and pointed at Lindsay. "For this next month, you guys will follow her every day, and protect her well for me. Starting next month, I'll set you up with actual work." Hearing that phrase, the contempt in Marcus's eyes instantly vanished. I nodded. "That's right, actual work. But let me put the ugly truth first. I have standards when picking people. First, you have to be reliable. And second, you have to drop that slobby punk attitude. Oh, and by the way, I don't want this guy." I was pointing at the thug, whom I had flattened on the spot for hitting on Lindsay and Chloe. Marcus hesitantly pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one up, and started blowing out clouds of smoke, seemingly mulling over the truth of my words. The rest of the thugs were also whispering among themselves, clearly quite intrigued by the prospect of actual work. "Are you going to pay us a salary?" After some thought, Marcus asked. I nodded. "If you do the work, you naturally get paid. That goes without saying. How much can we make?" A guy standing next to Marcus couldn't help but ask. I gave him a look of utter disdain. "What do you think? It definitely won't be a fortune at first. Then why the hell should we work for you?" He instantly snapped, getting highly annoyed. I let out a couple of sneers. "To put it bluntly, if you want big money, do you really think a bunch of low-life scum like you is qualified?" Lindsay was so startled she hurriedly grabbed my arm. She was completely stunned. Where on earth did I get the nerve? I had beat someone up the moment I walked in, and now I was being even more ruthless. pointing straight at their noses and cursing them out. Isn't this just asking for a beatdown? Sure enough, my highly insulting words instantly set off a massive explosion. The thugs flew into a rage on the spot, wanting to charge forward and tear me apart. Only Marcus, acting as the leader, became even calmer instead. I still maintained that completely confident look. I let out a few soft laughs. What's wrong? You have a problem with that? Then let me ask you, what do you actually know how to do? What real skills do you have? On what grounds do you think a bunch of low-life scum like you deserves to make more than anyone else? My barrage of questions left the thugs completely tongue-tied. Seeing that the timing was about right, I shifted my tone. Remember this. You make exactly as much money as you are worth. That's just how the world works. But I'm going to give you a chance. I'm not going to paint a pretty picture or promise you crazy money. But if you actually have the capability, making enough to support your families, or even leading a comfortable life won't be an issue at all. I looked over at Marcus, staring directly into his eyes. The opportunity is right in front of you. Weigh your choices carefully. Do you want to keep living as low-life scum, getting thrown in jail every other day for street fights, unable to even scrape up the cash when your own mother falls sick? Or do you want to follow me? I'm not going to fool you. What you get out of this depends entirely on your own abilities. The moment the words left my mouth, Marcus went completely rigid. In reality, I was telling the absolute, raw truth. Because in my past life, these exact events had actually played out in reality. Back then, Marcus's mother suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. This deadbeat hoodlum was instantly, completely blindsided. The tiny amount of family savings they had wasn't even enough to cover a fraction of the medical bills. Some relatives and friends tossed him a few pity dollars, while others simply played deaf and dumb. Marcus was driven completely insane back then, going house to house, kneeling and begging people, scraping the skin raw right off his knees, just to scrape together a few $100. I couldn't bear to watch it back then, and stuffed $5,000 into his hands as emergency help. Later on, his mother managed to survive, and Marcus started cleaning up his act from that point on, looking for a proper job to do. Is that where the story ends? Keep dreaming. Once, Lindsay and I went to negotiate a business deal. Lindsay's looks were way too eye-catching, and she was targeted by the client's boss, who called a bunch of guys trying to force Lindsay to stay behind. Although I could hold my own in a fight, I couldn't handle being completely outnumbered. At that critical junction, Marcus popped out from nowhere, and like a total madman, beat that boss within an inch of his life. Only later did I find out that Marcus had been working as a waiter at that hotel at the time. Precisely because of this incident, Marcus lost his job, and was even locked up for 6 months. After getting out, he started flipping computer parts, and it seemed he actually made a decent amount of money. I wasn't clear on what happened after that, since my own business grew larger and larger, placing us in completely different circles, so we never crossed paths again. Coming to find Marcus now, I had my own calculations in mind. Marcus remembered that $5,000 favor from my past life, for his entire life, willing to go to prison just to repay that debt. This proved that at the very least, he knew how to be grateful, and possessed a real sense of loyalty. Besides, no matter how much of a bastard he used to be, the fact that he could go kneeling and begging house to house to save his mom showed he was deeply loyal and had clear boundaries. He was reliable. Of course, a person's vision and mindset determine how far they can go. Someone like Marcus had limited capabilities and couldn't make a massive fortune, but I didn't care about that. I was perfectly willing to let Marcus make a decent income, within or even slightly exceeding his actual capabilities. That was exactly why I ran all the way out here today. Marcus was absolutely a sensible man. Otherwise, he would have charged up to fight me directly. Then it would have been a completely different story. In reality, for him to be the boss of this turf, he definitely possessed his own skills and personal charisma. I never doubted that for a second. Finishing his cigarette, a sharp glint flashed through Marcus's eyes. He took a deep breath. All right, I'll work for you. The moment Marcus said this, the place instantly exploded into absolute chaos. His lackeys all stared at Marcus in complete disbelief. Boss Marcus, quit talking nonsense. My mind is completely made up. From now on, he's our boss. Marcus cut his lackey off directly. Whoa, hold on, no. Are you guys acting in a mob movie or something? My expression turned highly bizarre. The work I'm setting you up with is entirely legitimate business. From now on, drop that street punk act of yours, And call me boss. Marcus grinned, asking cheerfully, Then boss, what's your name? Lindsay couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy's change of face was way too fast. I was completely used to it. My name is Sean Carter. You can just call me Boss Carter. This right here is your boss's lady, Lindsay. Call her ma'am. I introduced Lindsay to them, since she was precisely the person they had to protect. What about me? A certain silly girl suddenly popped out. I raised an eyebrow, placed a hand on this girl's head, and pushed her right back. As for this girl, do whatever you want with her. This sight made the thugs burst into a roaring laughter. However, quite a few of them cast knowing, suggestive glances our way. In their eyes, I was most likely just a wealthy playboy boss. They're rich people after all. Having a beautiful girl on each arm is completely normal. They had seen a bit of the world too, and knew exactly how wealthy people behave. Alright, go find her at this place this afternoon. I gave Marcus an address, and then took Lindsay and that silly girl and left. Marcus looked at that piece of paper, lost in thought. One of his lackeys leaned over and asked, Boss Marcus, are you really going to hustle with him? Marcus nodded and said, Yeah, he's right. We can't keep idling around like this. Maybe this is the chance that will change our destiny. He saw things very clearly. Sometimes, as long as you seize a single tiny opportunity, it might just change your entire life. Among this bunch of guys, many didn't actually want to be deadbeats. They just couldn't see any hope for the future. This era, to someone like me, was full of opportunities leading to success everywhere. But to the vast majority of ordinary people, their capabilities and worldview were the very shackles that bound them for life. In this city right now, meager salaries, compared to the price of real estate per square foot, constantly made every ordinary person feel anxious. Once we stepped out of the alleyway, Lindsay and Chloe finally started breathing heavily. My actions inside just now had been way too terrifying, nearly scaring them half to death. So, these are the bodyguards you were talking about? Lindsay asked in utter disbelief. Yup. Right now, we don't have that much cash to hire professional bodyguards, and we don't even need professionals for a small-time operation like this. So, I could only talk a big game and feed them empty promises. I said it with such confidence that it left Lindsay completely speechless. This guy could make empty promises with such a clear conscience. She almost forgot that she herself had been tricked into coming here by his big talk. I didn't think there was any problem with it though. That's just how capitalists are. They're all black-hearted. Getting something for nothing is a skill in itself. Although I'm just talking a big game right now, I have the power to make it all come true. But you didn't need to bring us in there with you, right? Weren't you afraid something would go wrong? If a fight had broken out, we're just helpless girls with zero physical strength. Not only would we be unable to help, but we might even drag you down. Lindsay was highly curious. And besides, didn't a fight almost break out because of us just now? I glanced at Lindsay with a hint of suspicion. Helpless girls with zero physical strength? Are you sure about that? I had witnessed this girl's fierce side before. If I dared to kill someone, this girl would swiftly hand me the knife. This was the absolute truth, and no joke whatsoever. In my past life, ever since Marcus went to prison, Lindsay always carried a weapon on her person. But in reality, I had my own reasons for this. Clearing my throat twice, I began to explain. You only see that aside from looking beautiful. You couldn't help out with anything at all. But looking at it from this layer, that's not actually the case. Then what else could we possibly help you with? Lindsay raised an eyebrow, highly intrigued. Even that silly girl blinked her clear, air-headed eyes, filled with a massive desire for answers. I smiled and said, Yeah, you're gorgeous enough, but that doesn't mean it's completely useless. You have to realize that in this society, beauty is a form of power. A beautiful woman counts as a resource too, you know. So your plan was that if we couldn't win the fight, you'd just hand us over to them? I gave her a look like the old man on the subway looking at his phone. No, seriously, what kind of bizarre train of thought is that? Is it not? Lindsay feigned shock. In reality, she knew I would never hand them over, and was just saying that on purpose. However, she truly wanted to know what else I was considering, so she looked at me with a face full of curiosity. Of course not. It's true that beautiful women are a resource, but most of the time, this kind of resource isn't something just anyone is qualified to enjoy. For a person to possess even one would be considered quite incredible already. But what about possessing two at the same time? My counter-question left Lindsay stunned for a moment too. Subconsciously, she turned her head to look at Chloe Sanders, who was tagging along behind. She really was beautiful. If a guy could successfully secure a woman like her, it would drive countless men completely wild, wouldn't it? Lindsay actually felt a bit insecure about herself, which was related to her upbringing. So, Lindsay rarely looked in the mirror, but she had to admit that her own looks were just as top tier. And for me, who could win her over? I would be the guy envied by countless men. By now, Lindsay already understood my thought process, but she still asked tentatively, "So, Zoe, you used us to give them a kind of psychological hint, subconsciously inflating your status?" "What status?" "It's called playing on a higher level." I rolled my eyes at her. "Anyway, that's pretty much the gist of it." "I see." The current Lindsay hadn't officially entered society yet, so when it came to these matters of worldly wisdom and human nature, she wasn't all that familiar with them yet. But these were exactly what the current me possessed. Combined with Lindsay's off-the-charts IQ, we were completely invincible. As we spoke, the three of us arrived at the school gates. Standing by the roadside, each of us holding a popsicle, we finished eating before the two of us entered the school, while Lindsay went back to that silly girl's house to continue preparing the seasoning blends needed for the night. This stall was the source of seed money for Lindsay and me, meaning our absolute foundation. We had to treat it with complete seriousness in the early stages. Only with cash in my pocket could I walk the upcoming path with peace of mind. On the way to the classroom, a certain silly girl followed right behind me like a little tail, tagging along in my footsteps. When I quickened my pace, she quickened hers too, and no matter what I did, I simply couldn't shake her off. Seeing this scene play out, the other students looked on, as if they had just seen a ghost. After all, that was Chloe Sanders, the aloof campus beauty. For the aloof campus beauty to actively stalk a guy made absolutely zero logical sense. Meanwhile, the students who knew that at noon in the cafeteria, I had eaten lunch together with two beautiful women were completely used to it by now, their hearts not experiencing a single ripple. Just as I was about to reach our classroom, I suddenly halted my steps and turned around. The silly girl who was following closely behind me couldn't react in time and crashed headfirst straight into my embrace. Every single student around who witnessed this scene let out a sharp, synchronized gasp. This was the aloof campus beauty Chloe Sanders, actually diving right into another guy's arms like that. Pure envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, as the main parties involved, the silly girl and I didn't care about these details at all. Especially the silly girl, whose eyes held nothing but pure airheadedness. Well, if you want to go this afternoon, just wait for me at the school gates, I told Chloe Sanders. "Oh," Chloe responded, but she showed absolutely zero intention of leaving, making me sweat. "I'm heading into my own classroom now. We aren't walking the same way, you know. My classroom and this silly girl's classroom were in completely opposite directions. But this idiot had clearly followed me the entire way, with absolutely no intention of leaving. It turned out she was foolish enough to want to follow me right into my classroom, though it wasn't like that was completely impossible. Called out by me like this, the silly girl finally processed it and gave another blank "oh." She turned around and headed toward her own classroom. I stood right where I was, watching the direction the silly girl left in, completely bewildered. How on earth has someone like her gone this long without being scanned? Is being aloof truly the best possible camouflage? Shaking my head helplessly, I quietly entered my own classroom. I had arrived at school right in the nick of time, so at this moment inside the classroom, the seats were already almost completely filled with people, and right now, I was a massive public figure. The moment I walked in the door, I instantly became the focus of the entire class again. Even for someone like me, who had grown accustomed to all kinds of massive scenes in my past life, it was a bit hard to take. Is it really necessary? As I passed by Jessica Vance's seat, I noticed that Jessica looked completely drained. Her eyes were even slightly swollen, and there were clear, distinct traces of crying on her face. But I didn't feel a single shred of heartache, nor did I have any sympathy at all. This couldn't help but make me sigh. It's true that once you stop loving someone, your heart really turns to stone. Right now, I was still a student, although for someone in my situation, a degree might not even matter anymore. It was still a necessary process to go through. Missing out on a part of it would make life feel incomplete after all. In this lifetime, any university will just be a backdrop for me. It would only be a matter of me going to a school, and that school being proud of me, and absolutely no possibility of me needing to take pride in being a student of any particular school. So as long as it wasn't a terrible one, it would be fine. And for now, I was still leaning toward the business school, mostly for Lindsay's sake, mainly just to keep her company. Oh, speaking of which, who is my current deskmate again? My memories have still been jumbled these past couple of days. The only reason I could find my own seat when I came to the classroom earlier was because those were the only 2 seats empty at the time. Walking closer to take a look, my name was written on the books, while the seat next to mine didn't even have a single book. I really had zero recollection of it. I haven't seen anyone come to sit here these past 2 days, which was quite strange. But if I asked someone who sat here, it would probably seem pretty weird. After thinking about it, I suddenly had an idea, and quietly nudged Ryan Miller in front of me. Bro, what's up? Ryan looked confused as I asked, when do you think she'll be back? I pointed at the empty seat next to me. Ryan was taken aback. How should I know? With such a massive disaster happening to Sherry's family, she might not even come back at all. I froze. Sherry? A piece of an unpleasant memory that had been buried by me for many years suddenly came back to me. Sherry was a girl with a very Western name. Because of her name, her nickname was Ayo. That's right. It was exactly Detective Conan's. Hibara I's codename in the organization. I had been deskmates with this girl named Sherry for a period of time, but later, some major misfortune occurred in her family, and she dropped out of school. She never returned after that. I had actually forgotten about this. My heart grew heavy. Right now happened to be the time Sherry Lewis's parents got into a car accident. Her father died on the spot. Her mother had to undergo an amputation, and the driver at fault was a single truck driver, who also died on the spot. In other words, they couldn't get a single dime of compensation. A man is the pillar of a family. With her father, the pillar, collapsing, Sherry's family lost all sources of income. The medical expenses her mother needed were terrifyingly high, burning through money every single day during that period. Sherry, who hadn't even had time to graduate, could only work herself to the bone, and even accumulated a mountain of debt because of it. It wasn't until after I started my business that I ran into her once upon returning to the city. By that time, Sherry Lewis was already so gaunt and haggard she was completely unrecognizable. It could be said that all the suffering in the world, Sherry had experienced almost all of it by herself. Thinking up to this point, my emotions were incredibly complicated. If I hadn't been reborn, I would have almost completely forgotten about this person. I wondered if, living this life over again, I could change some things. But I could only just think about this thought, because I didn't even know where Sherry was. In fact, in my past life, the classmates had thought about helping her together, but to pay for her mother's medical treatment, they had sold their house. By the time the homeroom teacher and students went looking for them, with the raised donations, the mother and daughter were long gone. 2007 wasn't like the future. At this time, it hadn't reached the point where everyone had a cell phone yet. Once someone changed their address, it was basically very difficult to find them again. Forget it, I'll just leave it to fate. In a situation like this, even a reborn time traveler was completely powerless. With a complicated mix of emotions, I closed my eyes to rest. Coming to school lately was basically just a pure waste of time. Doing absolutely nothing except waiting for notices. I actually wanted to just skip coming entirely. My current situation was quite complex. In reality, with the memories of 2 lifetimes currently mixing in my head, I already felt extremely mentally exhausted. This was a side effect of rebirth, compounded by the lack of a midday nap. At noon, I was running to the docks and preparing the ingredients to be sold tonight, together with Lindsay. Without catching any sleep, it would be a miracle if I weren't tired. Add to that the memories of 2 lifetimes after my rebirth, making my head constantly feel very heavy, which took a toll on my mental state. Whoa, they're all asleep. Only now did I notice that a huge chunk of the class had already passed out. I really couldn't hold out any longer, so I also slumped down and slept for over an hour. Later, I was jarred awake by Ryan Miller. Hey, you beast, hurry, hurry, hurry. A beautiful girl is looking for you. I was completely dazed, having slept myself into a total stupor by this point. A beautiful girl? Then I raised my head and spotted standing at the back door of the classroom the air-headed beauty sneakily peeking inside. Chloe Sanders? Well, she really was a beauty. Ryan had a completely sleazy look. You beast. Spill it. What exactly is going on between you and the top campus beauty, Chloe? I kept a straight face. Stay out of grown-up business. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. After saying that, I stood up and walked right out of the classroom. Having slept through a whole class period, I felt like my entire body was aching. I hadn't slumped over a desk in many years, so I was incredibly unaccustomed to it. But what I didn't know was that someone was staring intently at my departing back. That right, this person was Jessica Vance. According to the original timeline of this confession, I would have already been together with Jessica. So in reality, Jessica had pretty much already been moved by me. In other words, the Jessica of this moment was actually at the point where her feelings for me were at their absolute strongest. Setting aside the future for now, the current Jessica was indeed in the period where she loved me the most. After all, a naive romance during youth that doesn't involve material gain is the absolute purest form of affection. Jessica was naturally unwilling to accept this, because she had a highly unusual feeling, as if her life were suddenly heading in an entirely unpredictable direction. If she couldn't correct it, she would regret it for the rest of her days. Having absolutely no intention of repeating my past mistakes, I naturally wouldn't look back, much less care about what the current Jessica might think. Because right now, I was outside the convenience store with the airheaded beauty, munching away on a pack of Weelong spicy strips. And it was even the jumbo pack. This stuff truly is the absolute greatest of all time. No matter how much you eat, you never get sick of it. The Weelong spicy strips at this point in time hadn't switched over to their white packaging yet, and the company hadn't even gone public. Who could have guessed this stuff would bring in billions a year down the road? Anyway, nobody dared to dream such a dream back in '07. Do you love eating it that much? Seeing this airheaded beauty stuff them in one after another, like a total hamster unable to stop, I couldn't help but ask. Chloe Sanders nodded. When I was little, Mom wouldn't let me eat this. She said it was unhealthy. I wasn't sure if the mom she referred to meant her biological mother, or her stepmother Beatrice Sanders, but I chose not to ask, because it wasn't appropriate. Then again, that statement wasn't wrong either. Although eating spicy strips wouldn't cause any real issues, it definitely didn't have anything to do with the word healthy. After all, it was heavily loaded with oil and sodium. Do you think if I made my own spicy strips to sell, it would make a fortune? Resting my chin on my hand, I mused over this matter. The airheaded beauty was completely stunned, looking at the spicy strip in her hand thoughtfully. If you ask me, I know for a fact. Weelong pulled in billions in annual revenue later on. Aside from Weelong, there was actually another brand, Spicy Prince, that became wildly popular in the future too. However, that brand was mostly prominent in the South, whereas Weelong swept across the entire nation, and even sold in overseas markets. There was definitely a massive marketing and hype element involved in it, but there's no doubt that this industry is pretty lucrative. However, the market for spicy strips isn't quite large enough, only able to accommodate about 2 or 3 major players. That is to say, only 2 or 3 companies will ultimately make the lion's share of the money, while the remaining brands can only scrape up the crumbs left behind between their teeth. And this period of 2007 is actually in a transition phase that's neither too early nor too late. So maybe I can make a move, even if we don't end up making a massive fortune. At least we won't lose money on it. But for now, I still have to secure the seed money first. Right now, I need a lump sum to start snowballing. It's best to stick to guaranteed, risk-free businesses first, to lay down a rock-solid foundation. Besides, before the financial crisis, it isn't suitable to open a factory yet. Producing spicy strips definitely requires factories and land, plus finding ways to advertise and build a supply chain. But during the financial crisis, countless small factories will go bankrupt, and that will be the absolute perfect time for me to enter the game. Taking over some factories on the brink of closure can save an exceptionally substantial amount of capital. And in this lifetime, I plan to strike a completely different kind of spark. Trying to compete head-to-head with a brand like Weelong, which is practically invincible when it comes to flavor, is extremely difficult, so we can only carve out an alternative path. Alright, let's take a leak and head back. I used a tissue to wipe the grease from my hands. The silly girl asked in confusion, "Take a leak?" I facepalmed. I almost forgot that this girl high-key doesn't understand this kind of slang. I feel like this idiot is so slow that even if I tricked her into having a baby, she still wouldn't understand how the baby actually got there. Honestly, I'm quite baffled by it. Mainly because this girl is just ridiculously oblivious. By the way, haven't you ever taken a biology class before? I asked tentatively. This girl was completely neglected by her parents, so I can understand if her parents never taught her anything. And She usually puts on that aloof, cold goddess front, so I can also understand why she doesn't have any close girlfriends. But after 9 years of compulsory education, surely in biology class, she must have picked up at least a little bit of basic anatomy, right? Very soon, I realized I was overthinking things. Chloe Sanders had a completely blank, clueless expression on her face, before shaking her head. I don't think I did. That can't be right. My expression grew rather serious. If you never learned any of that, then how did you manage to get in here? You have to take a biology exam for this stuff, right? My family donated a building to the school. Holy crap! I almost forgot about her financial superpower. I nearly broke character. But I have to admit, I'm a tiny bit salty. Yet, I honestly don't envy her one bit. Although at first glance, just for this idiot to go to school. Her old man was perfectly willing to fork out the cash to donate a whole building. But you see, this doesn't mean he actually loves her. Rather, it's just to give her a shiny pedigree. A beautiful trophy daughter with an impressive degree would be incredibly easy to fetch a good price for later, right? Chloe had already told me all about these things. On the rooftop before my rebirth. After taking a leak, I grabbed a bottle of ice-cold Coke. Only then did Chloe and I head back to our respective classrooms. Along the way, there were a ton of students whispering and pointing at us. After all, the top campus beauty was simply too eye-catching. And that business at noon had completely spread around by now. The news of me eating lunch with 2 gorgeous women had already become common knowledge to everyone. The moment I stepped foot back in the classroom, Ryan Miller threw his arms straight around my neck. You beast, you're really something, aren't you? Things are still completely messy with you and Jessica Vance. And setting the top campus beauty aside for a second, you turned right around and hooked up with another one. Spill it, quick. Who's the other beautiful girl you ate lunch with? Ryan grinned mischievously, pressing me for answers with a sleazy look. I broke free from his grip with absolute ease, having zero intention of explaining. However, at this moment, a few classmates whom I got along with pretty well in class all swarmed over. After all, this kind of crazy gossip was way too rare. I just offered a slight smile, brushing it off. Don't listen to the wild rumors outside. It was just a casual meal, that's all. They simply assumed that I meant I didn't actually have anything going on with that beautiful girl, and that people outside had just misunderstood after seeing us, so they didn't dwell on the matter anymore. But Ryan, who was currently my closest bud, definitely didn't buy it. Waiting until everyone had dispersed, he finally lowered his voice and asked me, "It's not that simple, is it? You punk, hurry up and spill what's actually going on." I shot him a casual glance. Mind your own business. Instead of worrying about my life, why don't you go find yourself a girl to date? Instantly, Ryan was left completely tongue-tied. Was it because he didn't want to find one? Someone actually had to want him first. In this lifetime, although I don't plan on partnering up with Ryan in business anymore, but we can still be friends. After all, Ryan is just an ordinary guy. Right as the two of us were whispering, a figure came to a halt right in front of my desk. Without even looking up, I knew exactly who had arrived. "I want to talk to you," Jessica Vance said in a tone that was practically an order. I didn't even raise my head. My voice completely detached, radiating pure distance. "I don't think you and I have anything to talk about." Jessica felt like she had been struck by lightning. A face full of absolute disbelief. No matter what, she simply couldn't figure out why all of a sudden, I not only lacked all of my previous passion for her, but had actually become this cold and distant, even carrying a hint of aversion and impatience. Jessica's tone subconsciously rose by a few notches. "You can't just end things messily like this without an explanation. You have to spell it out clearly to me." However, what greeted her was an even colder glare from me. With just a single glance, Jessica was completely intimidated. The entire person stood frozen on the spot, because this glare was simply too terrifying. It felt as if she continued to throw a tantrum and make a scene, I wouldn't hesitate to slap her across the face in the next second. Ryan shrank back directly to the side, looking pitiful, small, and utterly helpless, terrified that he might get caught in the crossfire. "Jessica, you were the one who said we weren't right for each other before. What exactly are you trying to say now?" I didn't want to pour any more energy into this failed relationship. After all, it was too painful, and the more it went on like this, the more I felt like I was rubbing salt into an open wound. I only wanted to cut off all contact with Jessica for good. But unfortunately, this girl was now completely unwilling to let go, insisting on forcing herself closer time after time. I took a deep breath, and finally laid my cards on the table. Stop bothering me. The two of us never even started. So what is there to end? If you absolutely insist on an answer, then just assume that I have a better option now. Are we clear? Jessica's face turned stark white. This was the exact response she feared the most. No answer could possibly be any worse than this. Is that better option the campus beauty, Chloe? She was asking something she already knew the answer to, but Jessica still refused to give up hope. Most likely, the intense resentment in her heart was acting up. She cannot accept that I was stolen away by Chloe Sanders, a girl who was far more outstanding than she was, because that would make her feel like she wasn't good enough for me. She stared at me in tight frustration for a long moment. I didn't offer her an answer, instead just saying, "That has absolutely nothing to do with you anymore. I am under no obligation to answer you. Please go back." After saying that, I didn't spare her another single glance. Jessica stood frozen right there in silence for a very long time. The classmates in the classroom naturally witnessed this entire scene, but none of them dared to make a sound. Only after a very long time passed did she finally have no choice but to trudge back to her own seat. Ryan turned his head and asked me in a low voice, "Hey Beast, is it really a good idea to do this?" I shot him a sidelong glance. "And? What exactly are you trying to say?" Ryan was completely choked up, unable to utter a single word. Yeah, what exactly was he trying to say anyway? In reality, Ryan just felt a bit guilty about the whole situation, because at the very beginning, he was the one who tried to play matchmaker for Jessica and me. Ryan and Jessica used to be in the exact same class before, and later on he became best buds with me, which was how he ended up pulling the strings. I didn't have the luxury of time to dwell on any of this. I started focusing intensely on writing again. Even so, I still found it hard to calm my mind, because at this time, Lindsay was already about to set up the stall. And back at the airheaded beauty's house, Lindsay had indeed already received the 3 crates of oysters sent over by the dock manager. They were still packed in ice. When that manager arrived at the location and saw that massive 3-story villa, he was completely stunned and double-checked the address several times. It wasn't until Lindsay walked out that he realized he really hadn't found the wrong place. At the same time, this manager no longer held any contempt for me. Being able to live in a place like this person was definitely loaded. So, this was just some rich guy doing it for fun? This manager had already labeled me in his heart as a trust fund kid just starting a business for a total lark. Safe to say, an unprompted imagination is the most fatal thing. Lindsay was struggling to drag the barbecue cart toward the park stall. Her frame was slender and delicate, looking as if she could be pulled down by the weight of the cart. But she was like a rose swaying in the wind. During a total thunderstorm, no matter how the wind blew and the rain beat down, she remained completely unmoved. Marcus, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh. What a great woman. Any man seeing this scene would feel his heart race. This was exactly that captivating charm about Lindsay. Unyielding resilience. She would never bow her head to fate. Boss Marcus, if you like that chick, just go for it. Marcus's lackeys had actually long been unhappy about working for a mere student like Sean Carter, harboring bad intentions and wanting to cause him trouble. To his surprise, Marcus's face instantly darkened. Glaring intently at this blind fool, he kicked him squarely in the stomach, sending him tumbling straight to the ground. "Get the hell out of here, and don't let me see your face again." Marcus glared at the guy with a cold face, a murderous intent in his tone. "What right do I have to hit on a good girl like her? Are you trying to pick a fight with death?" After speaking, Marcus didn't even look back, taking the rest of his brothers along as he caught up. In Lindsay's direction, the lackey who had been kicked down was full of resentment, but didn't dare to make a sound. In the end, he could only pick himself up dejectedly and slink away. He was still deeply bitter in his heart, thinking what kind of capability that green boy Sean Carter actually had. For Marcus and the others to hustle with a student like that gave them absolutely zero future. Lindsay, who was currently struggling to drag the barbecue cart, suddenly felt the weight behind her lighten. Turning her head to look, Marcus and a few of his brothers were helping her push the cart. Lindsay nodded to Marcus and said, "Thanks." "Don't mention it." With Marcus and the others helping, Lindsay found the way much easier. Once they arrived at the stall location, Marcus and his guys didn't come close, instead just keeping watch from a distance. Before leaving, I had already briefed Marcus on the general situation, leaving the exact details for Marcus to handle as he saw fit. Lindsay had set up the stall quite early, but several of our competitors had already set up theirs. Wanting to make money, it was perfectly normal. At this point in time, there weren't really many people coming to eat yet, so after the stall was set up, no customers came over. Lindsay began preparing the items to be sold for the night. But right as she was handling the ingredients, trouble really did arrive. Just as I anticipated, our business was simply too explosive, and was bound to steal our competitors' livelihoods. If you were just like everybody else, taking a small piece of the pie from others' mouths, that would be fine and no one would say anything. But what on earth was I doing? That was a completely cutthroat operation. 100% pure mutton and a proprietary secret blend. I was hogging all the cash for myself, leaving the other stalls out in the cold. Because when it came to flavor, the other stalls simply couldn't compete with us at all. And it also stopped them from passing off duck meat as mutton. How the hell were they supposed to play anymore? Real mutton? What kind of profit margins did real mutton even have? This counted as an open secret among the stalls. Real mutton definitely didn't make any money. Even for someone like me. The smaller the volume, the less money there was to make. I'm merely using this gimmick to attract crowd flow and using items like vegetables to recover the profit margins, that's all. And my running to the docks to score oysters today was also for this exact purpose. This stuff was the real cash cow. Fine, it was a total business that cut off others' livelihoods, so this move completely ticked off our competitors. My judgment was completely right. Those competitors marched right over in an aggressive posture, surrounding the area with an unfriendly look. Little girl, what you guys are doing isn't right. Where's your man? Get your man out here to speak. The other side didn't plan on completely breaking into a fight right off the bat. After all, Lindsay was just a woman, and during moments like this, a man still had to step up. Lindsay raised her head without her expression changing. He's not here. If you have an issue, talk to me directly. She naturally knew what these people wanted to do, but she still chose to play dumb. The competitors looking for trouble exchanged bewildered glances, a flash of pure surprise passing through their eyes, because the girl in front of them, when facing a whole group of grown men like them, didn't show a single shred of stage fright at all, which completely threw off their entire rhythm all at once. They had originally wanted to intimidate Sean Carter and Lindsay, to stop them from pulling off these table-flipping moves, but given the current situation, if they didn't teach her a lesson, it probably wouldn't work. Instantly, the vicious-looking fat guy in the lead shot a meaningful glance at the other guys. A few of them got ready to make a move, not intending to take things too far either, figuring smashing a few things to make a point would be enough. So a few of them grabbed the weapons they brought along. But before these clubs and bats could land, they felt someone patting them right on the shoulders. Bros, is there a problem? Turning around, a few of them spotted a whole group of street punks smiling exceptionally amiably. Quite a few of them were shirtless, flaunting bodies full of lean muscle. Compared to these thugs who fought every single day, these middle-aged men running business stalls simply weren't a match. What do you guys want? The fat guy in the lead felt his eyelids twitch frantically, having already caught a whiff of pure danger. Marcus had a cigarette hanging from his mouth, flashing a slight smile at Lindsay. Don't worry, ma'am. Leave this to us. Lindsay nodded, not panicking one bit. Even without Marcus around, she had already prepared herself to go head-to-head with these guys. If a real fight broke out, she definitely didn't think she would lose. Marcus and his guys grabbed these fellows by their collars and dragged them straight into a small alleyway not far away, trying to teach these fellows a lesson. Obviously couldn't be done in broad daylight. Once inside the alleyway, Marcus instantly dropped that polite front he had before Lindsay, completely unleashing the sheer aura of a street underworld boss. Right now, the fat guy in the lead was pinned down by a few lackeys, utterly unable to move. Marcus slapped the fat leader's face with a few light pats. You've got some real nerve, haven't you? Daring to cause trouble for my boss's lady? No, we didn't. We really didn't. The fat guy was completely terrified out of his mind by now, his lips trembling violently. Didn't cause any trouble. Then what the hell did you bring all these weapons along for? Marcus asked, playing completely dumb. The owners of those few stalls were so scared their legs gave out on the spot, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy in every way possible. We won't dare do it again. We were truly just blind for a moment. This was completely his terrible idea. A few of them threw him straight under the bus, pushing all the blame onto the fat leader. In reality, The idea to teach Sean Carter and the others a lesson and see what they were made of was indeed proposed by him. Marcus let out a couple of cold sneers. My boss said, when running a business, some people make money and some people lose money. That's perfectly normal. If you don't have the skills, you can still rely on your own abilities to earn cash. But don't think about playing these dirty, underhanded tricks. Understand? Those few owners nodded their heads like bobbleheads. Understand. Understand, Marcus nodded. As long as you understand. Got it? Just remember, if there's a next time, I don't need to spell out the consequences, do I? No, you don't. The owners left as if they had just been granted a grand amnesty, running away faster than rabbits. While Marcus and his guys were teaching those owners a lesson, over on Lindsay's side, she had already welcomed today's first wave of customers. Because at those competing stalls, there weren't even any owners around, so the crowd flow naturally swarmed over to Lindsay's place. Not to mention Lindsay was a total beauty, and just standing there, she was a gorgeous sight to behold. Just picture it, a shirtless, middle-aged man versus a beautiful young lady whose every little smile could make a person's heart skip a beat. Which one would you choose? It's a no-brainer. How come I don't see the boss? How come it's just you, the boss's lady, all by yourself today? Lindsay was taken aback for a moment, not expecting this to be a repeat customer from yesterday. He's at school, and will be over in a bit. My grilling isn't as good as his, so please bear with me, Lindsay smiled gently. Haha, that's quite all right. Your family's seasoning is so fragrant. I just love this flavor. But you mentioned school. Is he still a student and already out here running a business? The man asked, sounding rather puzzled. Lindsay blinked her eyes. Yeah, he'll be over this afternoon. Bro, let's grab lunch together. A few of us are heading to the internet cafe in a bit. Are you coming? Ryan Miller ran over to invite me. As the saying goes, a student life without skipping class to hit up an internet cafe is completely incomplete. But the current me has long since passed that phase. After all, before my rebirth, I had actually lost all interest in gaming long ago. It's called gamer fatigue. I still have things to handle, so I'll pass. I politely declined, getting ready to slip away. Ryan scratched his head. Honestly, he couldn't quite put his finger on why, but he just felt that Sean seemed to have become a bit different from before. But just as I stepped out of the classroom, someone blocked my path. I have something to say to you, Jessica Vance said, her eyes shimmering. I remained silent. I truly didn't want to have anything to do with Jessica anymore. I had already moved on. Yet Jessica kept forcing herself closer in every way possible. This gave me quite a headache. In the end, I just gave Jessica a deep look, turned around, and walked away, without saying a single word to her. My attitude of rejection was crystal clear. I have absolutely nothing to talk about with you. Scene was naturally witnessed by the students coming and going. Originally, quite a few people thought Sean Carter was just playing hard to get with Jessica, but now no one thought that way anymore. Not to mention, there was also the top campus beauty Chloe, who had a rumor with this guy. Even though things between that airheaded beauty and me were causing a total stir, in reality, there were still a lot of people who refused to believe the top campus beauty Chloe was actually fooling around with Sean Carter. I didn't hesitate either, jogging all the way out of the school gates. You're certainly fast enough. Seeing the airheaded beauty waiting for me at the exact same spot from noon, I was actually a bit surprised. At the same time, I was highly puzzled in my heart. Could this girl have rushed straight out the second class ended? What am I supposed to do? My conscience is starting to feel a bit guilty. The two of us didn't dawdle either, heading straight over to the park where the stall was set up. From a distance, I could see a massive sea of people at our own stall, forming an incredibly long line. On the other hand, the other stalls looked quite deserted, with barely any customers around, and those stalls didn't dare to yell out loud either. After all, they had just been warned by Marcus and his guys this afternoon. Although Marcus hadn't forbidden them from doing normal business, having just been dealt with, the lingering fear hadn't dissipated yet. Lindsay was currently expertly and swiftly grilling various skewers. I didn't head over to her directly, instead turning to walk toward Marcus and his guys, who were currently crouching not far away. I handed Marcus a premium cigarette. Marcus took it and pulled out a lighter, intending to light mine for me. No need, I quit, I said with a slight smile. Marcus froze for a second, and pulled his hand back. So tell me, did anything happen this afternoon? So Marcus told me all about the trouble. That bunch of people tried to stir up this afternoon. Hearing this, I nodded. That's exactly right. When running a business, everyone relies on their own capabilities to make money. But you can't go playing underhanded tricks outside the rules. We don't do anything illegal. Marcus nodded. Understood. I gave a soft hum. In the future, our country will definitely become more and more regulated. And society is also developing toward a direction of peace and stability. Of course, I'm not saying you guys are completely useless, just like a country possessing nuclear weapons. Even though I don't use it often, I cannot be without it. This right here is our confidence. I've learned something. After understanding the situation, I went over to find Lindsay. Watching her hustle from the side, I discovered that Lindsay's technique was already completely on par with mine, only falling a tiny bit short when it came to mastering the grill's heat. You're here! Lindsay's eyes lit up the moment she spotted me. Yeah, I wasn't in a rush to take over the business. Instead, writing a brand new sign myself, the gas station for men, the beauty salon for women, delicious and aphrodisiac, garlic grilled oysters, $2 apiece. Lindsay was completely dumbfounded, never expecting me to write a sign like this. Will people actually buy into this? She felt a bit uncertain. I gave a mysterious smile. Just watch. The second the sign was hung up, almost everyone in the queue started asking if the claims on the sign were actually true. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check online. Although Baidu involves some risks, Baidu was absolutely the dominant mainstream search engine domestically back in 2007. Even feature phones could access Baidu. So a few people searched it half-believingly and blurted, "Holy crap, it's actually true." Instantly, quite a few people were tempted, but some people still hesitated. After all, $2 apiece was indeed a bit pricey, and for a portion just that size, people back in 2007 didn't spend cash neatly as generously as they would in the future. This was perfectly normal. I wasn't in a rush either. We'd sell them sooner or later anyway. I grilled a few pieces first myself, slapping on the minced garlic and mixing in the seasoned sauce, along with a bit of diced chili peppers. Then add a little bird's eye chili. This stuff was the absolute easiest to grill, and the speed was fast too. Lindsay picked it up in no time. Smelling the rich aroma drifting in the evening breeze, the customers found their mouths watering like crazy. A certain airheaded beauty caught the scent and slinked closer, standing right there, and staring wide-eyed at the oyster shells I had grilled up. This completely pitiful look of hers left me caught between tears and laughter, as if I were refusing to let her eat. Here, try some. I divided the grilled pieces between Lindsay and Chloe Sanders. The two of them took a bite, and because it was their first time, they hissed from the intense heat. How is it? I felt highly satisfied with their reactions, because I had acted the exact same way when I first ate it. It's incredibly delicious. Lindsay gave a big thumbs up. It's just a bit expensive though. I don't know if we can sell them all. I don't know either, but it shouldn't be a problem. I felt rather uncertain in my heart. The two of them shifted their gazes onto Chloe Sanders, only to discover that this girl had already completely devoured the 2 pieces I gave her, and was staring straight at me with a completely pitiful face again, looking exactly like an abandoned puppy. Sigh. I couldn't help but facepalm. The cargo I sourced won't even be enough to feed her at this rate. Of course, that was just a joke. The frozen half-shell stock from the docks had a ridiculously low cost. No matter how much Chloe could eat, it would be a few dozen pieces at most. I told her she could eat as much as she wanted. This girl certainly did not disappoint, devouring them one by one with pure, absolute relish. This girl really was something else. I flat out didn't know what to say anymore. Lindsay rested her chin on her hand and pondered for a moment. So, Chloe is actually just naturally airheaded, right? You can't really call her stupid. I guess so. However, because the cute beauty ate with such pure relish, polishing off one after another, a gorgeous girl like her was not only highly easy on the eyes, but her absolute enjoyment also heavily triggered everyone's appetite. Consequently, it drew a massive crowd of young guys watching, turning her directly into a living billboard. Seeing her eat with such absolute relish, a ton of people wanted to buy a few to try them out. Factor in the massive boost from buzzwords like aphrodisiac and beauty treatment, and even the middle-aged men didn't let Lindsay off the hook. Lindsay looked on, completely dazed. You can actually pull off a move like this? It's a total sellout.